Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Everyone's Job Transfer. This assassin is a bit strong. Chapter 1. Zhang Dali successfully changed his job, and his life as a chef. Talent level, E level. In the square, everyone was staring at the job transfer altar, feeling both nervous and expectant. Not only the students who were about to face the most important job transfer ceremony in their lives, but also the school's teachers, deans, and old principals are paying attention to this transfer ceremony. Oh, it's another career in life. The head teacher of Class 1, Grade 3, felt a little disappointed and shook his head, and he is still an E-level low-level talent. Because, since just now, 7 students in a row have awakened to life professions, and not a single combat profession has appeared. This makes him, as the class teacher, a little embarrassed. It stands to reason that although the awakening probability of combat professions is very low, it is still about 30%. With so many people going up, there should not be none at all. What a ghost. However, when he saw the student walking down the altar dejectedly, he quickly stepped forward to comfort him. At the same time, someone in the group of grade 1 students behind him was watching all this with a blank expression. What the hell? I was walking down the street eating ice cream. Why did I end up in this strange place in the blink of an eye? Soon, Qin Yun recalled it. At that time, a dump truck suddenly lost control and rushed onto the sidewalk. In order to save a little girl, he pushed her away in time, but he was crushed into a meat pie on the spot. So, I'm not dead, I'm transmigrated. Qin Yun suddenly discovered this fact. He was in a state of shock, his head suddenly hurt, and countless unfamiliar memories came to him. It turns out that he transmigrated to a world where everyone changes jobs, and now he is facing the most important job transfer ceremony in his life. This world is somewhat similar to the fusion of games and reality. World of Warcraft is rampant. Wild areas, secret realm, and dungeons are all over the place. Human beings can only live in one main city. People here can perform a job transfer ceremony when they reach adulthood, that is, at the age of 18, to awaken their talents and careers. You can also upgrade by killing monsters, change jobs, keep getting stronger, and become a strong person that everyone envies. In the job transfer ceremony, people can transfer into 2 major categories, one is the combat profession, and the other is the life profession. Combat professions are professions with combat capabilities that can fight against monsters and protect human beings, such as warriors, mages, assassins, archers, priests, etc. The life occupations are relatively weak. They generally do not have the strength to fight Warcraft head-on, but they can help humans live a better life, such as pharmacists, enchanters, chefs, miners, etc. Some of them can assist in combat, and some can only contribute to life and have no fighting ability at all. According to statistics, the chance of changing to a living profession is as high as 70%, while the chance of changing to a combat profession is only 30%. Therefore, people who change jobs to a combat profession are more respected by human venerable and have a higher social status. But at the same time, because they have to fight Warcraft head-on, combat professions are often more dangerous, and the mortality rate is also high. It may not be as glamorous as the combat profession, but people who switch to a life profession are undoubtedly safer. With their professional skills, they can live a worry-free life. As for the talent level, from high to low, it is divided into SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F levels. Each 3 is a first level and is divided into 3 levels, high, medium and low. Talent level it is very important and related to many things. It determines the upper limit of professionals. Everyone changes their profession. Of course a combat profession is better. After accepting the strange memories, Qin Yun finally understood all this and became excited. Who can refuse the perfect being VR large-scale online game? It's so realistic. I hope I can change my profession to a combat profession, no matter which one. Quote. Soon, he was filled with expectations, just like the other students around him. Hey, Lao Qin, what profession do you want to awaken? A fat man next to him touched Qin Yun's arm with his elbow and asked in a low voice, soldier. Master. Generally speaking, combat professions are also divided into high and low classes. Melee warriors who fight hard and take beatings are often unable to compare with the status of noble long-range magicians. It doesn't matter, as long as it's a combat profession. Chin Yun glanced at him and answered without hesitation. Well, this little fat guy is his deskmate and best friend in his new identity, the kind of person with whom he has a good relationship. After accepting the memory, he is no stranger to it. Yeah, as long as it's a combat profession. Liu Haoran, the little fat man, also agreed with this and nodded, looking forward to it. As long as it's not a career, as long as it's not blacksmith, I can accept it. It's funny to say that this little fat guy's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather are all blacksmiths. They are known as the third generation of blacksmiths. They have inherited the family and even become famous far and wide. This caused the little fat man to be rebellious since he was a child. He didn't want to inherit the family business, so he changed his job to some kind of blacksmith. He always complained to Chin Yun and vowed to awaken to the fighting profession. Now is the moment to witness his future destiny. Next, Liu Haoran. Soon, it was the little fat man's turn. He ran up quickly and stood on the job transfer altar with a nervous look on his face. He pressed his right hand on the sacred stone of job transfer, and his whole body was quickly enveloped in a burst of white light. Liu Haoran, the job transfer was successful, the fighting profession is Hammer Warrior. Talent level, B level. Hearing the results read out by the teacher who presided over the transfer ceremony, the little fat man was extremely happy, with an expression of ecstasy, and he jumped half a meter high. Well, like a fat seal jumping with joy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I am a combat professional, not a blacksmith. He yelled with excitement, pumped his fists, and grinned widely. Seeing this, the teacher, dean and old principal were all a little happy, because it was finally no longer a career, and finally had a good start. They all showed sincere smiles to the little fat man, which made the little fat man even happier. Old Chin, did you see that? I am a combat professional. What I awakened is not blacksmith, ha 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 ha. The little fat man ran all the way in front of Chin Yun, laughing and looking proud. Yes, I saw it. Chin Yun was speechless, but he was also happy for him, nodded and joked, although he still holds the hammer. Well, the little fat man scratched his head, glanced at his professional name, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seems like this is really the case. Ha ha ha. Hammer warriors, aren't they the ones holding hammers? Fortunately, this is a combat profession, not a blacksmith. Thor is also a hammer wielder. The little fat man was still happy and didn't care about it. The transfer ceremony continues. The students went up one after another to change jobs. Many people have changed jobs and become a living profession, looking disappointed. Of course, there are also some who are happy, because not everyone likes to risk their lives to fight. There are also a small number of people who have changed their jobs to combat professions, and they are all beaming with joy. They became the envy of everyone, holding their heads high and chest high. Next, Chin Yun. Finally, it was Chin Yun's turn. He took a deep breath and walked onto the job transfer altar. He glanced at the dark crowd in the square, and under the spotlight, gently pressed his right hand on the sacred stone of job transfer. Boom! A dazzling 7-colored light enveloped his whole body, shocking everyone. Because this represents the birth of at least S-level talent career changers. Only talents above S-level can have such dazzling colorful holy light. Ha ha ha, that's my brother, my brother. Seeing this, the little fat man Liu Haoran shouted excitedly in the audience, saying he was proud of you. Chin Yun, successful job transfer, hidden combat profession, shadow assassin. Talent level, S level. As soon as these words came out, the whole square was excited. Hidden combat profession. It's actually a hidden combat profession. This is a rarer existence than ordinary combat professions. The probability of awakening is less than 1%, which is very rare. Not to mention, what Chin Yun awakened was the S-level talent level. This is awesome. A big shot is coming to our school. Everyone in the square started talking. Their eyes were extremely envious, and they all stared at Chin Yun on the job transfer altar, staring intently, wishing to take his place. Everyone knows that this classmate's future will be bright and promising. And Chin Yun, who was attracting everyone's attention, was also stunned at this time. But it wasn't because he changed his job to become the rare S-level talent hidden combat profession, but because a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully changed jobs, and the system is officially activated. An electronically synthesized voice without any emotion said so, reminding him that this transmigrator was not a simple person. He also had a mysterious system bound to him. He didn't know if it was because he sacrificed his life to save others. God rewarded him with a system and allowed him to be reborn in another world. And the strange memory that just emerged from him is the new identity given to him by the system in this world. Ding, it is detected that the host has awakened the assassin profession, the strongest assassin system is activated, and binding begins. Ding, congratulations to the host, the binding is successful. Single quote. Bah, how can the strongest assassin hide in the shadows and act? Single quote. Affected by the mysterious power, the shadow assassin changed into a god-killing assassin. Single quote. S-level talent Shadow Blade, changed to SSS level talent God-killing Blade. Single quote. Shadow Blade. Talent's passive skill, after entering the invisible state, you can teleport behind the enemy and launch a sneak attack. The first skill damage caused to the enemy will be increased by 300%. God-killing Blade. Talent's passive skill, when in a non-invisible state, the damage caused to the enemy is increased by 1000%. The attack speed is increased by 200%, and the damage reduction is increased by 50%. Single quote. Quote question mark quote. What the hell? Why did my Shadow Assassin class become God Killer Assassin? Talent has also changed from S level to SSS level. Qin Yun opened the career panel in disbelief and looked at the changes on it with a shocked expression. The most powerful assassin system is actually real. Not an auditory hallucination. Does it really change the career and talent that I have awakened, and is the improvement so drastic? This time, he is really going to be awesome. Not to mention the entire school and the entire main city of Tianhai, even on a global scale, all the job transferees in the past are the strongest geniuses. Congratulations, this classmate. The teacher who was responsible for presiding over the transfer ceremony with a serious face now turned into a happy smile, even a little bit flattering. You know, even he himself is just an ordinary level 46 second level combat professional. It is not very rare. He can catch a lot. And the newly born S-level talent in front of him has a hidden combat professional transfer. If you want to surpass him, it is almost certain that you will surpass him. Of course, you must have a good relationship with him. Well, I hope that when the other person becomes a big shot in the future, he can remember that I hosted the job transfer ceremony for him. Seeing Qin Yun's dazed look, I thought he was too happy and could not react. The teacher who presided over the ceremony did not urge him to hurry up, but let him stand in front of the holy stone of transformation. Even the dean and the old principal didn't take it seriously. They were happy for him and extremely excited. That is the hidden profession of S-level talent. It is to be recorded in the history of the school, leave a strong mark, and be widely publicized as an outstanding student role model. Finally, Qin Yun came to his senses. He woke up as if from a dream. He glanced at the excited and noisy people in the audience, nodded apologetically, and then walked down the job transfer altar. Career and system matters can be studied slowly. It is really not easy for him to continue to stand there in a daze and hinder the continuation of the career change ceremony. Even so, everyone's eyes were still looking at him, moving with his figure and refusing to move away. You know, S-level talent is still a hidden combat profession. It is so rare that there are only a few in the country every year. It's rare to see a live classmate that they know, so of course they have to take a few more glances. Lao Qin, you're so awesome. The little fat man gave Qin Yun a thumbs up, with an excited expression on his face. He was very happy for his brother, ha ha ha. S-level talent, and it is also a hidden combat profession. Old Qin, you are so awesome now. Well, Qin Yun didn't know how to explain this. Do you want him to say that he is not actually an S-level talent, but a stronger SSS level talent? Moreover, the profession has also changed and it has become more buggy. Damage increased tenfold, attack speed doubled, and damage taken halved. With such a perverted talent passive skill, is he still considered an assassin? The Berserker's ultimate move is nothing more than that. In short, even Qin Yun himself felt that he was a little too perverted and did not dare to tell others. He was afraid of being envied, jealous, and wanted to strangle him to death on the spot. Lao Chin, why do you look a little unhappy? The little fat man finally noticed something strange about him and looked at him with some confusion. No, I'm so happy that I can't accept such a big surprise for a while. Qin Yun decided to hide his secret, shook his head and said. That's right, S-level talent. It's still a hidden combat profession. Haha, who wouldn't be shocked when they see it? The little fat man Liu Haoran understood this, patted his shoulder hard, and said sincerely, brother, I will rely on you to take me flying from now on. Haha, no problem. Qin Yun also laughed, patted his chest, and looked like he was wrapping his arms around me. As long as you are willing to call me daddy, I will help you show off and fly with you. Crap. The little fat man was speechless, but he immediately held up his hands with a smile. To be honest, I, Liu Haoran, have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met my master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to worship you as my adoptive father. Roll. Qin Yun suddenly looked disgusted. I think you want to murder your adoptive father. The two of them were fighting and making trouble, which made those who wanted to get closer to Qin Yun envious. They only hated themselves for not establishing a good relationship with Qin Yun earlier. Otherwise, wouldn't they be able to hug him now? After such an incident, everyone is looking forward to their career change ceremony even more, hoping to awaken a career as awesome as Qin Yun. Just like that, not long after, the job transfer altar actually lit up with colorful lights again. A beautiful person stood proudly on the stage. Ling Shui, the job transfer was successful, the hidden combat profession, Frost Mage. Talent level, S level. The teacher who presided over the transfer ceremony loudly announced in astonishment, which immediately caused a sensation again. What the hell? Another S-level talent hidden combat profession. Ling Shui, isn't that the campus beauty of Ling University? Let me go, it doesn't matter that she is so beautiful, she actually changed jobs and awakened such a powerful hidden profession. Master. The noble ice elemental mage. Wow, more. This time, the sensation caused was not inferior to Qin Yun just now, and the square was in an uproar. You know, long-range legal professions like master are more popular, rarer, and more violent than melee professions such as warriors and assassins. Not to mention, Ling Shuier is also an S-level talent, a hidden combat professional frost mage. It has control and output, and it's a long-range magic system. Judging from the level of team matching, this is more popular than Qin Yun's shadow assassin. Team contribution matters more. All of a sudden, the school beauty on the stage became the new focus of attention in everyone's eyes, attracting everyone's attention. Hey, Lao Qin, have you seen it? The little fat man quietly poked Qin Yun's waist, and joked with a teasing expression, it's the school beauty of Ling University you have always had a crush on. She also awakened the hidden combat profession like you, and is also an S-level talent. This what's it called? This is a match made in heaven. Why don't you go and confess your love to her? Quote. Qin Yun tilted his head, with a black question mark on his face. Confess your love to her. Wait a minute, my new identity in this world is actually still a student. Qin Yun carefully recalled the strange memories in his mind, and he immediately understood what the little fat man was talking about. It turned out that during the 3 years of high school, he had been secretly in love with Ling Shuier on stage. Because it was so blatant, almost everyone in the class knew about it. Of course, this also includes Ling Shuier herself, but she has never responded to this. In this way, in the eyes of others, he is really an out-and-out licking dog, who has been secretly in love, giving unilaterally, and treating her well without asking for a response. Qin Yun looked at the beautiful girl on the stage and felt dumbfounded for a moment, cursing the system for being shameless. He is not really a high school student. He has graduated from college a long time ago and has just entered society and become a social animal. How can he be so innocent and innocent? Campus love has long since left him. At the same time, the school beauty at the job transfer altar seemed to have noticed his gaze, and also looked over, meeting his eyes and looking at each other. But soon, she looked away again, like a proud white swan, raising her white neck, accepting the admiration and envy of everyone in the audience. Tisk, I'm so proud. Qin Yun understood the look in her eyes and the other person's character, and couldn't help but shake his head. He wasn't really licking a dog, and he really wouldn't kneel down to lick her eagerly, begging her eyes to stay. What did you say? There was some noise around, and the little fat man didn't hear what he said clearly, so he looked at him doubtfully. Nothing. Qin Yun shook his head, not bothering to explain that his new identity was a new identity, and he would not act like a licking dog. Look, she's here. Old Qin, are you really not going to seize this opportunity? Seeing Ling Shui'er walking down the altar step by step and walking towards the class team, the little fat man seemed to know how much he liked her and quickly urged her in a low voice. Ah, forget it. Qin Yun was unmoved and shook his head. What's wrong with you, old Qin? The little fat man looked at him doubtfully, not expecting him to react like this. I understand, women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Qin Yun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and answered in an inexplicable tone. Bah, you are an assassin, and your weapon is a dagger, not a sword. The little fat man corrected him seriously, replying to the fact that he just joked about the fact that he was still a hammer wielder. Qin Yun was speechless and could only pat his shoulder bitterly, which made the little fat man grin in pain. You are the only one who can argue. At this moment, Ling Shui'er had returned to the team of Class 1, Grade 3, and even, after a moment of hesitation, she took the initiative to walk in front of Qin Yun. Under everyone's surprised gazes, she spoke with a cold tone. Qin Yun, you can form a team with me. She just looked at Qin Yun with an arrogant attitude, as if she was giving him a chance. You and I are both hidden professions of S-level talent. If we upgrade together, it should be fast. We can work together and get admitted to Kyoto University, continue to be classmates. She knows that he has always had a crush on her, but she has never responded. Now that she has discovered that his awakened talent and career are very good, it is not impossible to give him a chance and give it a try. Of course, this doesn't mean that she agrees to his pursuit. Being his girlfriend just gives him the qualification to officially pursue her. In her opinion, this is enough to make Qin Yun grateful. Qin Yun understood her attitude. It was a kind of reserve and pride that I think you are qualified to pursue me. He couldn't help but feel speechless. This girl is beautiful, but she seems to have a little trouble with her brain. Old Qin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree. Seeing that he remained silent, the little fat man became anxious, secretly tugged on his sleeves, and reminded him in a low voice. You have been secretly in love with her for so long, don't you just want to pursue her? The opportunity is now in front of you, there is no room for failure. When hearing Ling Shui'er's words, the boys around him were stunned, looking at Qin Yun with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place, and agreed in one fell swoop. No need to think too much, two S-level talent hidden combat professions team up to upgrade together. It is simply a powerful combination, a perfect combination of swords, which is perfect. With the powerful output capabilities of the two, killing monsters and leveling up will definitely be as fast as riding a rocket, and the experience points will increase steadily. Not to mention, this is an invitation to form a team proactively from the campus beauty of Ling University, so it's very honorable. What are you still hesitating about? But someone's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Your proposal is very good, but I refuse. Qin Yun shook his head in amusement and rejected her offer of charity. What? After hearing his answer, both the little fat man and Ling Shui'er couldn't believe their ears. You, actually refused. Didn't you hear what she said clearly? Why? Ling Shui'er was a little unbelievable, she didn't expect him to refuse. There's no reason why. Qin Yun just smiled and shook his head, as if he didn't want to explain. Ling Shui'er bit her lip, seeming a little aggrieved, but she didn't say anything more, turned and left, the pride in her heart not allowing her to say it a second time. Hey, Lao Qin, what's wrong with you? The little fat man put his arms around Qin Yun's shoulders and said in a pitiful tone, she is the goddess you have always been secretly in love with. You just refused. No one knows better than him how much his brother likes Ling Shui'er, that's why he does this and keeps trying to bring the two of them together and let him have the courage to confess to her. At least there is a result. Unexpectedly, when the opportunity comes to my door, my good brother who has always been willing to be a dog licker actually refuses. Why, he really can't understand. Because Daddy promised to take you flying, my good son. Chin Yun said with a smile, and patted How Dear's dog's head. Oh shit, I admit. I'm moved. The little fat man rolled his eyes, not knowing what to say. He doesn't believe this nonsense. The classmates who noticed this scene were in disbelief and stared at Chin Yun blankly. That was an invitation from the campus beauty of Ling University. You actually refused. Chin Yun, you are so awesome. These people admired Chin Yun even more. Of course, some people think that this is Chin Yun Piao, thinking that he has awakened S-level talent and hidden profession, and is completely arrogant. He no longer knows his surname, looks down on the goddess he once loved, and becomes more greedy and wants to open up a wider forest. Snort. Why are you so arrogant? Ling Shuier, like you, is also a hidden profession of S-level, and it is also a legal system. If you really care, you are not worthy of her. When she goes to college, there will be more and more outstanding people pursuing her, and you won't be able to get in line by then. These people secretly slandered in their hearts, envied, jealous and hated. And one of them was thinking bitterly, humph. Chin Yun, why are you so awesome? When it's my turn to change jobs and awaken, I'll slap you in the face right away. Let you stay here and show off. Single quote. His name is Leay. He is the squad leader of Class 1, Grade 3, and he has been pursuing Ling Shuier, but unfortunately she has never paid attention to him. Seeing the handsome Chin Yun, Leay was extremely jealous and snorted in his heart. He turned to look at the job transfer altar with even more eager eyes, looking forward to his job transfer awakening. Hey, Lao Chin, seriously, what on earth are you thinking? The little fat man smacked his lips, a little confused about his current attitude. Although he was very happy that his good brother stopped being a dog licker, wasn't this change too fast? Could it be that he has moved on and is in love with someone else? However, I haven't seen him pay attention to other girls. Egg roll with shredded pork. Chin Yun showed an inscrutable smile and said a word that was hard to understand. Ha, the little fat man was a little confused. What, haven't you heard the songs of global superstar MJ? Chin Yun had a puzzled expression on his face and explained, egg roll pork shreds, this girl is a bad egg roll pork shreds. I took away your money and wasted your time. Ouch. Quote. The little fat man understood and looked at him with a constipated expression. You are really awesome. I don't believe you won't kneel down and lick her again in the future. Brother, I know you too well. In any case, he would not believe Chin Yun's determination, and could only watch him pretend to be cool in front of him for the time being, but he still couldn't beat him. Although various things happened in the audience, the transfer ceremony did not stop. It continued, and the students were called one after another. Some people feel disappointed because their job has become a living profession, while others are overjoyed that their job has become a combat profession. The joys and sorrows are all different. Not long after, Leay, the squad leader of Class 1, Grade 3, had been waiting for a long time, and it was finally his turn. He couldn't wait to run up, taking 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. Before the teacher who presided over the transfer ceremony could speak, he pressed his hands on the sacred stone of transfer. Soon, he was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Leay, successful job transfer, combat profession, thunder swordsman. Quote. Talent level, a level. The teacher who presided over the transfer ceremony took one look and reported the results, suppressing the slight dissatisfaction in his heart. Because this Leay's job transfer awakening was very good and his qualifications were much higher than him, and he didn't want to offend him. Wow, another combat profession, and it's an A-level talent. Yes, thunder swordsman. As soon as you hear the name of this profession, you will know that it is very powerful. Well, I guess he is a magic swordsman who is good at lightning, right? Although it is not as good as the 2 big guys just now, the damage coefficient of the awakening talent skill of the hidden profession is 50% higher than that of ordinary professions. It's so enviable. Everyone in the audience was talking a lot. The head teacher of Class 1, Grade 3, some teachers, as well as the dean and the old principal also nodded happily and smiled. Although not as good as the 2 talented students with S-level talent hidden combat professions before, they are still very good and there is hope that they can be admitted to Kyoto University. Leay himself looked a little unhappy when he saw this result, and he couldn't be happy at all. Because, in this way, he would be lower than Qinyun and would not be able to hit Qinyun in the face. Although it met his initial psychological expectations, it was not too bad, but it was just a little short of a breath. If Qinyun Zuyu hadn't been in front of him, he would definitely be very satisfied now. Leay returned to the class team with a dull face. After thinking for a while, he took the initiative to walk up to Ling Shuier and sent out an invitation to form a team. Shuier, can you team up with me to upgrade? Although my talent is only A level, my professional skills are very good, and they are definitely not much worse than Qinyun. He forced a smile and looked at Ling Shuier expectantly. No, but before he could finish speaking, Ling Shuier interrupted him directly and shook her head in rejection. She didn't know if it was because she was rejected by Qinyun just now, so she was a little sulky and her tone was very bad. She didn't even look at Leay. Also, don't call me Shuier, our relationship is not that close. Then, Ling Shuier added another sentence, a little unhappy. Well, Leay, who felt disgusted, stiffened his expression and lost his face. He walked back to his seat in silence. He clenched his fists, filled with unknown anger and didn't know how to vent it. Maid, it's all your fault, Qinyun. Finally, he glared at Qinyun fiercely, thinking that everything was his fault. If he hadn't refused Shuiy's first invitation, how could she have refused his invitation to form a team? If this guy hadn't awakened his S-level talent and hidden combat profession, how could Shuier look down on his A-level talent? You deserve to die, Qinyun. Leay roared in his heart, incompetent and furious, wanting to beat him up. If I have a chance, I will definitely make you look good. Leay thought angrily, feeling secretly resentful in his heart. Quote? Qinyun was a little confused by this guy's glare, but he quickly figured out the relationship based on unfamiliar memories and couldn't help but feel speechless. You and I are both licking dogs, so why bother making things difficult for each other? I'm not a licker now. No, I never have been. What's more, if I quit, doesn't this give you a chance? You should be grateful to me. Why do you still hate me? It's not me who rejects you, so keep licking yours. Don't give up, keep pushing harder. Come on, Ollie. Qinyun did not take Leay's resentment to heart, but continued to look through this strange memory given by the system, his life experiences from childhood to adulthood, to understand everything about the world and try to master some useful information. Fortunately, this memory integrated well with him. It was as if he had really lived in this strange world for 18 years, and many things were as if he had experienced them personally. Therefore, he could play and joke with the fat little Liu Haoran without any barriers, and their relationship was as close as brothers. In his memory, he and the little fat man were neighbors. They lived in the same community. They had known each other since they were children. They had been in the same class during school. They were very close and they soon got to play together and became besties. Well, after all, their academic performance is not very good. They are both ranked in the middle or lower level in the class, not at the bottom but not much different. They are a pair of brothers in need. Oh, it's not easy. Qinyun patted the little fat man on the shoulder with emotion. Good brother, wait until I take you to take off. Quote. The little fat man looked at him with a painful look on his face and bared his teeth. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Are you so eager for me to call you daddy? The job transfer ceremony lasted for several hours and was finally over until near noon. There were more than 1,000 students in the entire third grade of high school. In the end, more than 300 students were transferred to combat professions, and the rest were life professions. Talents ranged from high to low, and the awakening probability was slightly lower than the average, but it was basically in line with the statistical probability. There is no such thing as a failed job transfer, which is expected. After all, that kind of unlucky guy only comes across once in 10 years. There are 3 people who have awakened S-level talent, including our protagonist Qinyun and Ling Shuier. As for the last one, unfortunately, he changed jobs to a life career. This made the teachers in the audience feel sorry for themselves, shaking their heads and sighing. It's hard to find an S-level talent, but it turns out to be a career in life. It's really a pity. If it is a combat profession, even if it is not hidden, but just an ordinary combat profession, he will be a genius seed, a proper Kyoto University admittance student. However, the old principal personally stepped forward to encourage the other party and told him not to be discouraged. Even in life and career, he had his own stage. After all, there are so few S-level talent life professionals. If they are well practiced, they are very good. Some are not even worse than the combat professions of the same talent. For example, blacksmith, tailor, pharmacist, etc. are very helpful in supporting combat professions and are very popular. And that student is a freshly minted pharmacist with a future worth looking forward to. In addition, there are more than a dozen students who have awakened the A-level talent combat profession, which makes all the head teachers and teachers smile from ear to ear, and the dean and the old principal are also very satisfied. Because this is better than the results of their previous job transfer ceremonies, and it is worthy of celebration. There are even more B-level talents, more than 30, and there are more than 50 C-level talents. The remaining more than 200 people are D, E, and F-level low-level talents, which are the most numerous. As for S-level talent geniuses, there are only 1 or 2 every year, sometimes even none at all, so don't force it. The teachers all understand this, so they are very aware that there are 3 S-level talent students in this year's class, and 2 of them have hidden combat professions. How rare it is. The old principal even had the confidence to apply to the higher-ups of the Ministry of Education to increase the budget for the next year. Didn't you see that he was already smiling so hard that your teeth couldn't even see your eyes? A look of great comfort. After the transfer ceremony, the old principal took the stage in person and delivered a speech. At the end, he solemnly reminded all the transferred combat students to remember to gather on the playground early tomorrow morning. The teachers will personally lead the team and take them there. In the novice wild area outside the city, you can defeat monsters, upgrade, and start your career as a career changer. After the speech, the old principal officially announced the end of the transfer ceremony and asked everyone to disperse and go back to their homes to find their mothers and prepare accordingly. In addition, he asked the 3 S-level talent students to be called to his office, saying that they had important matters to discuss. As a result, Qin Yun had to stand in the principal's office with Ling who was rejected by him, and the S-level talent student named Chen Cheng. Haha, you're here, sit down quickly. The old principal greeted me warmly and his attitude seemed very cordial. Don't be nervous, I'm calling you here this time not for anything else, but for a good thing. The school wants to reward you. Seeing the 3 people sitting down, the old principal looked at them carefully, and then said with a smile full of relief, according to the school's regulations, we will provide certain bonuses to students who have awakened S-level talent or above, so that you can better start your career as a career changer and win at the starting line. In fact, not only gifted students at S-level and above, but also outstanding students at A-level talent will also receive corresponding financial aid, but their class teachers are just responsible for explaining it to them, and the support is far less than S-level. After all, those who have experienced it know the importance of things like talent level. The difference is really huge. You must know how to spend your money wisely. 10 cobblers are not as good as 1 Zhuge Liang. This world where everyone changes jobs is such a cruel reality. The National Ministry of Education has been conducting genius training programs, which are related to the fate of the country. Naturally, the old principal would not explain these matters to these students in detail, but would cover up the past in the name of the school. Prize funding. Is it similar to a scholarship? Only for top students. Hearing this, Qin Yun's heart moved, and he probably guessed why he was called over. The student named Chen Cheng was also a little excited, his expression was a little overjoyed, and there was an obvious smile on his lips. From his body, Qin Yun could see that his family conditions may not be very good, and he may even be a little malnourished, so he had such a reaction. On the contrary, Ling looked indifferent and didn't care about the bonus funding at all. She was so arrogant that she glanced sideways at Qin Yun when she entered the door, and then didn't even look at him, as if she was still sulking. As a licking dog, Qin Yun certainly knew about her background. She was from a wealthy family and would not care about such things, and he did not feel strange about her attitude. When the old principal saw the 3 people's reactions, he probably knew what they were doing, and his eyes only stayed on Qin Yun for a moment. He seems to be wondering, why is this guy acting weird? However, the bonus is not very large. It is only 200,000 yuan per person. Please leave the ID account number of the person who changed jobs, and the school finance department will transfer it to your account as soon as possible. The old principal didn't think much and explained to the three of them. Chen Cheng was obviously excited when he heard that the bonus was 200,000 yuan, and Qin Yun was also quite happy. After all, who doesn't like free money? Ling Shui'er was the only one who was dismissive of this. The little rich woman was completely unmoved. In addition, the school will also provide you with a set of purple quality novice equipment that matches your profession. Well, it is only for combat professions. As for life professions, we will provide you with a life profession. The material gift package is as valuable as the starter set. As he said that, the old principal looked at Chen Cheng and made it clear. Chen Cheng nodded and had no objection to this. Because he is a pharmacist who is a living profession, he will not fight Warcraft at all, and it is useless to get novice equipment. The material gift package is very good, very suitable for his early development and improving his specialization skill level. Purple quality. After hearing what the old principal said, Qin Yun's eyes lit up and he was very satisfied. In this world, professional equipment is generally divided into several quality levels. If divided by color, from low to high, they are white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, and red. Of course, they actually have their own grade names, which are ordinary, excellent, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and divine weapon. In addition, there will also be differences between the same grades, ranging from 1 to 5 stars. The higher the number of stars, the better the attributes. The purple quality mentioned by the old principal is actually rare grade equipment. It's just that it's more intuitive to distinguish them by color, and people call them this way for convenience. I don't know what the rating of this newbie equipment given by the school is. What are the properties? How many levels can it wear? Qin Yun has a little expectation in his heart, and so does Ling Shui'er, because there are some things that even money may not be able to buy, and there are few trading channels. Haha, that's right. The old principal seemed to know what they were thinking. He nodded and continued to explain. Don't worry, this set of novice equipment can be worn by level 1. It is purely novice equipment. However, their purple quality and the number of stars above 3, it's enough for you to reach level 20. Hearing this, Qin Yun nodded, feeling pretty good. Through the unfamiliar memories before, he already knew that the equipment explosion rate in this world is not high, let alone this kind of novice equipment that can be worn by level 1. It should be specially made by life professionals and prepared for novices who change jobs. Benefits. School. No, it should be the power of the country that has the ability to arrange all this. Although the old principal didn't say it clearly, Qin Yun had already seen through the truth and understood it in his heart. Soon, the old principal handed over the prepared things to them, and traded them through the unique trading method of job transfers. Qin Yun took a look at the novice suit in his backpack. There were 6 pieces in total. The head, clothes, pants, gloves, shoes, and weapons were all of 3-star purple quality and had quite good attributes. He calculated carefully and found that it should be slightly worse than level 20 white equipment, but not much worse. It was indeed enough for him to use until level 20. This subsidy for the novice set is indeed very impressive. There is only 1 month left before this year's assessment date. During this period, you must work hard and try to improve your personal level. The old principal looked at Qin Yun and Ling Shui'er and taught earnestly, you two have hope of being admitted to Kyoto University. Last year, the admission standard of Kyoto University was A-level talent, plus level 15. This year, the requirements may be higher. You try not to fall below this standard, do you understand? As for Chen Cheng, he has graduated from the moment he changed his life career. He does not need to go to college to compete for various dungeons, special places in Secret Realm, and the precious resources they produce. He only needs to refine his own skills. Expertise skills are enough. Combat professions require a lot of resources to become stronger, and the two have different paths. Yes, understand. Qin Yun nodded, of course he understood what the old principal said. As for Ling Shui'er, who was as arrogant as she was, she nodded solemnly, with a very serious attitude. The old principal stroked his beard happily, then turned to encourage Chen Cheng a few words. He did not favor one thing over another, and the bowl of water was even. After encouraging the three of them, he let Qin and others leave, satisfied. Snort. After coming out of the office, Ling Shuier glanced sideways at Qin, snorted coldly, opened her beautiful legs, and walked away. Qin was a little speechless. Why is this girl still angry? Ah, you and her. Chen Cheng's eyes wandered back and forth between her back and Qin, a little curious. Of course he also knew the campus beauty of Ling University and knew who she was, but he had never interacted with her. It's okay, the little girl is just having a tantrum, don't pay attention to it. Qin shrugged, not caring about Ling Shuier's attitude. He said a few words to Chen Cheng, got closer to each other, and left the teaching building together. It wasn't until they arrived at the school gate that the two separated and said goodbye to each other. And the little fat man Lu Haoran came out of the canteen at the school gate and greeted him while eating snacks in his mouth, clicking and eating happily. After the transfer ceremony, he did not go back and kept waiting for Qin at the school gate. What took you so long? Why did the principal ask you to come over? The little fat man asked casually while eating crispy potato chips, and the two of them walked towards the station together. Qin did not hide anything from him and told him everything the old principal said. The school is actually such a fool. The little fat man suddenly felt that the potato chips in his mouth no longer tasted good, and complained with an unhappy expression, I am also a B-level talent in the combat profession. I don't have a share. I guess you have to be at least A-level talent or above. Qin expressed his speculation and analysis. After hearing this, his best friend looked dejected and accepted his fate. Then, he turned his grief and anger into appetite and continued to eat potato chips with big mouthfuls. Since that's the case, I won't give you this bag of potato chips. I'll eat them myself. The little fat man said angrily. He finished a bag of potato chips and immediately took out a new bag. I'm obviously a combat professional with a bright future, so why aren't there any rewards? So angry. Oh, don't you want to see the starter set I got? Qin chuckled and joked deliberately. I don't want to watch it anymore. It makes me sad even if I watch it. The little fat man grunted, gave him the bag of potato chips, and took out another bag from his backpack. This guy is a serious snack addict, otherwise he wouldn't be in the shape he is now. Now that he has become a job changer and has a space backpack, he will probably carry a lot of snacks with him forever. Oh, forget it if you don't look at it. Qin was also aware of the urine nature of his best friend, so he didn't take it seriously and ate the potato chips. They were crunchy and very fragrant. Moreover, he knew that the little fat man's family owned a blacksmith shop, with a lot of equipment. What good stuff had he not seen before? It certainly won't feel strange. I forgot to mention that this guy's grandfather is an S-level talent blacksmith with a very high professional level. His father is also an A-level. He has built countless equipment, even epic ones, and there are even more rare purple ones. Maybe the equipment the little fat man will wear tomorrow will be even better than his own. After you go back, have you decided how to explain it to your father? Qin raised his eyebrows and asked deliberately. He knew that the little fat man's father had always regretted his lack of talent, and hoped that the little fat man could inherit his ideal and become a blacksmith with at least S-level talent, inheriting his grandfather's reputation. It's a pity that his father is destined to be disappointed. Because this guy awakened a B-level talent, which was worse than himself, and it was a combat profession, not a blacksmith at all. What else can I say? Just say it. The little fat man was not worried about this at all and seemed confident. I don't want to be a blacksmith. It's up to him what he wants to think. I am a combat professional. What's more, my grandfather has already said that it doesn't matter whether I am a blacksmith or not, as long as I like it. I can't help but decide my fate. Tisk tisk. Soon, the two came to the station, and the number 56 bus happened to be coming, and they hurriedly got on the bus. After getting off the bus at the station, Qin waved goodbye to the little fat man and returned home. Just like the original world, it is a simple 3-bedroom apartment with an area of more than 100 square meters, a very ordinary home. His parents are still the same, and their appearance is almost the same, which makes Qin feel like he has entered a parallel world. In fact, perhaps because they were career changers, his parents looked younger than he remembered, and there were even fewer wrinkles on their faces. Well, that's right, in this world, Qin Yun's father Qin Feng is AC level talent fighting profession, a second level 60 iron gun warrior, and currently works in the city defense army. Her mother, Lu Qin, is also AC level talent in the combat profession, a level 60 second level Gale archer, and works as a minor supervisor in the logistics department of Tianhai main city. Back then, they were both adventurers from the same guild. They teamed up to fight monsters and upgrade to dungeons, and the spark of love sparked. It's a pity that both of them got stuck in the upgrade bottleneck in the end. They failed the third level and failed to pass the third level single copy, so they stayed at this level for the rest of their lives. In this world, job changers will face a special job transfer test every level 20. They need to clear a single-player job transfer copy to break through the bottleneck and continue to upgrade. Otherwise, they will not be able to improve. This is the so-called first turn, second turn, third turn, and fourth turn. Every time a job change is successful, the job changer will awaken a special talent skill that is equivalent to their own talent level. S-level talent awakens S-level skills, and A-level talent awakens A-level skills, just like when they first changed jobs. The awakened talent skills are the same. Therefore, even if they are in the same profession, there will be great differences due to the different talent skills awakened by each person. A stronger talent will have a stronger awakened skill effect, and its combat effectiveness will naturally be higher. If the talent skills awakened in the first, second, third, and fourth turns can be linked with each other to produce good effects, then job changers with low talent levels may also be able to defeat those with high talent levels. Endless possibilities. However, the single-player dungeon for each job change is very difficult, and there are only 3 opportunities to challenge it. Once you fail, you will lose the possibility of advancement forever. If talent is insufficient, it will be difficult to pass the level. This is the importance of talent level. This is the reason why career changers with high talent levels are more valued and favored by others. Often the talent level determines the upper limit of a professional. It not only affects the special talent skills that are awakened each time you change jobs, but also determines whether you can pass the test of a single-player dungeon for job transfers, which is extremely important. Of course, this doesn't mean talent level is everything. For those with a low talent level, some can go far. It all depends on the performance of the job changer. For those with a high talent level, a person who is unlucky or careless may be stuck at the threshold of the second job or even the first job, can't make any progress in life. It is not that such unlucky people have never appeared before. They are even worse than those with lower talent levels. Once they are unfortunately stuck, they will be treated as a joke, which is even more humiliating. Qin Yun doesn't want to be such an unlucky guy. Came back. At this time, her mother Lu Qin, who had got off work, was making lunch in the kitchen, while her father Qin Feng was washing and picking vegetables. They were dividing the labor and working together. The scene was warm and ordinary. As soon as they saw him coming back, the two of them ignored the work in hand and ran out of the kitchen quickly, looking at Qin Yun with burning eyes. Is the job transfer ceremony over? How did it turn out? As parents, they naturally hope that their children will succeed. They have no hope of advancement in this life and can only place their hope on their sons. They were very concerned about Qin Yun's job transfer results, paying attention to his expression and feeling uneasy. Of course it was a success. Qin Yun did not show off to his parents, and made a victory gesture with a bright and proud smile. I have a hidden combat profession, S-level talent. S-level talent, or hide the combat profession. Very good. The parents' expressions instantly became surprised and extremely happy. He's made a difference. My son has made a difference. Mother Lu Qin couldn't help wiping her tears and was extremely pleased, while Father Qin Feng even clapped his hands excitedly, looking beyond excited. Although both of them are combat professionals, there is no guarantee that their son will be able to successfully transition into a combat profession. This is not hereditary. Now, after hearing the results from their son, their high-spirited hearts can finally let go. Ha ha ha, my old Qin family has a genius. Genius. In addition to being excited, his father Qin Feng couldn't help laughing loudly and felt happy. Because no one knows what S-level talent means better than him. That is the hope of going higher and further. The threshold they couldn't cross and the regrets they had for a lifetime will be made up for by their son. Okay, Okay. Father Qin Feng nodded and patted Qin Yun's shoulder heavily, feeling extremely pleased. You are indeed my good son. Qin Yun was speechless in pain and could only bear it silently. Fortunately, he didn't say that he was actually an SSS level talent, otherwise, his bones would have been smashed by this overjoyed dad. Although his talent level is very high and his profession is awesome, he is only at level 1 now. Compared with the second level 60 dad, his panel attributes are a bit underwhelming, and he was easily crushed. Ha, that's my good son too. Not to be outdone, Mother Lu Qin took Qin Yun's arm and praised him. Today's job transfer ceremony not only allowed the couple to put down their worries, but also received a big surprise, which naturally made them extremely satisfied. Dad, Mom, I'm hungry. When will lunch be ready? Qin Yun was flanked by the two men and said helplessly before finally breaking free and regaining his freedom. Okay soon. The two looked at each other and smiled, then returned to the kitchen and continued working with smiles on their faces. Soon, lunch was ready and the family of 3 sat around the table. For the first time, his father Qin Feng took out a bottle of fine wine that he had treasured for a long time, and even poured a glass for Qin Yun. The father and son clinked glasses and drank, feeling extremely satisfied. Dad, Mom, I'm going out in the afternoon to buy something. After finishing their meal, Qin Yun said to the two of them. Tomorrow we will follow the school to the wild area outside the city to start fighting monsters and leveling up, so naturally we have to be prepared. Oh, Father Qin Feng and Mother Lu Qin looked at each other and seemed to exchange a look. Son, in fact, your dad and I have saved some money over the years. Mother Lu Qin nodded and said in a serious tone, now that you have awakened your S-level talent, you have a bright future. Your father and I will give you the money to buy equipment, potions and supplies. As long as you need it, just buy it. That's right, consider it our support for you. Father Qin Feng also nodded, as if he had been prepared for this day. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Since the failure of the third transformation, the couple left the guild and joined the main city of Tianhai to work. They have been working quietly to save money. They had already decided that if their son changed his profession to a fighting profession, then the money would be given to him so that he could have a good starting point and go higher and further. If the son is just a life occupation, it can also be used to purchase materials and improve professional skills, so that the son will be worry-free for the rest of his life. Poor parents in the world. Qin Yun was a little surprised and scratched his head. Actually, over there at the school. He told his parents about the school's bonus and funding plan for outstanding students with high talent levels, as well as what the old principal said. He even showed the purple quality novice suit to the two of them to reassure them. So, now I not only have a set of purple novice equipment, but I also have 200,000 in my account, so I am not short of money. Qin Yun said with a smile and a confident tone, if there is any need in the future, I will come to you again. He's made a difference, my son has really made a difference. Both parents were very surprised and very pleased about this. Because they were all just job transferees from C-level talents with relatively ordinary qualifications, they really didn't know such a thing existed. They didn't expect that the school would pay so much attention to students with high talent levels. They realized the extent of their son's genius and felt inexplicably proud. You know, at the beginning, the two of them were equipped with a blank slate and worked hard on their own. The support from their families was almost negligible. But my son can have a better starting point because his talent level is high enough, which is really great. This time, the couple was really relieved and believed that their son could take care of themselves. After the lunch break, the couple went out and went to work. Qin Yun also ran to a nearby commercial street and bought a lot of red and blue potions, as well as various materials needed to fight monsters and upgrades. He put them all into his space backpack and was fully prepared. And this actually cost less than 10,000 yuan, which is nothing compared to a complete set of equipment. The most expensive thing was the resurrection badge, which cost a full 50,000 yuan, but it was still worth it to save his life and avoid accidental death. Since there is no need to spend time buying novice equipment suitable for his profession, Qin Yun quickly solved this trivial matter. After returning home, Qin Yun finally had time to study his career attribute panel and system carefully, and got a general understanding of them. Account ID. XX100866XX9527. Character name, Chin Yun. Occupation, Shadow Assassin, God-Killing Assassin. Talent level, S level, SSS level. Awakening, 0 turns. Level 1. Life, 120. Stamina, 100. Attack power, 12. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 8. Strength, 10. Constitution, 12. Agility, 12. Stamina, 10. Intelligence, 9. Attack speed, 1.2. Hit, 100%. Dodge, 10%. Resistance, 10%. Critical hit, 10%. Critical damage, 150%. General skills, combo. Awakening skill, Shadow Blade, God-Killing Blade. Equipment, weapons, head, clothes, pants, gloves, shoes. This attribute panel looks a little pitiful. That's because his current level is only level 1, the most basic character attribute. After he put on all the novice suits in his space backpack, various attributes increased by dozens of points, and even his attack power exceeded 100, which was a huge change. All I can say is that this set of 3-star purple quality novice equipment awarded by the school is really impressive. As for what is in the brackets, it is the true professional attribute panel that will be displayed when the system is turned on. If someone else has detection skills and can detect other people's attributes, then they can only see their most superficial pseudo-professional attribute panel. This is quite fun, and you don't have to worry about your secrets being exposed. Chin Yun took a good look at his attribute panel and then nodded with satisfaction. He is starting to look forward to tomorrow's journey of fighting monsters and upgrading. Afterwards, he had nothing to do and began to search for various information on the internet, trying to better understand the whole world of mass job transfer. He opened the search engine, driven by curiosity, entered the words SSS level, and then clicked to search. Soon, a lot of information popped up. Chin Yun looked at it carefully, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became. Because he discovered that there was only one SSS level job transferee in the history of this world. And he himself is the second in history. As for the SSS level senior, he was born 50 years ago, and he once dominated the scene and stood out from the crowd. From the day of the transfer ceremony, the opponent's SSS level talent and combat profession shocked the world. He was vigorously cultivated by the country's concentrated resources, attached great importance to it, and attracted everyone's attention. And the senior lived up to expectations. His level climbed like a rocket, and he soon reached the highest level of the year. Then, he began to form a national team, strategy team, gathering several of the strongest elites at the time to form a team, at least all SS level teammates, to officially attack the Mysterious Tower. The Mysterious Tower, also known as the Tower of Job Changers, is related to the fate of all job changers. Because its strategy level is closely related to the number of job transfers and the upper level limit of the job changer. The strategy team led by that senior started from the 60th floor and made great progress all the way to the 100th floor. 3 turns to unlock, 4 turns to unlock, level 60, level 80, level 100. As the Mysterious Tower continues to be successfully conquered, the upper limit of the level of career changers is constantly being unlocked and raised again and again. All career changers benefited from this and became stronger and stronger. All job transferees are sincerely grateful for the efforts and dedication of the senior and are happy for it. However, when the senior led the team to attack the 100th floor, an accident occurred. After he led his team into the 100th floor, just an hour later, the names of all the players on the challenger list suddenly went out. This means that this powerful strategy team has been destroyed. This was beyond everyone's expectations. People don't even want to believe it. Such a powerful national-level strategy team actually collapsed on the 100th floor of the Mysterious Tower. You know, what is different from ordinary jungle areas, dungeons, and secret realms is that the Mysterious Tower is a very special existence. Once the job changer dies inside, he will not be able to be resurrected. Even if you have a resurrection item on you, it won't take effect. This also means that all members of the strongest elite team, including the SSS level senior, were all killed. No one knows what they encountered inside and what dangers they faced. In order to investigate the truth, the top leaders of the country even dispatched 3 elite death squads, who also ventured into the 100th floor, but never returned. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. To this day, the 100th floor of the mysterious tower has still not been solved. It is still a chasm that lies in front of all job transferees and is difficult to cross. Over the past few decades, there have occasionally been people who risked their lives to challenge, but none of them caused any waves and could not be shaken. All job transferees are stuck at level 100, the 4th job transfer, and cannot continue to improve. This is the dilemma faced by career changers today. Actually, failed. Qin Yun was also a little unbelievable and very surprised. An SSS level talent job transfer led the team, and all members were SS level super elites. Such a luxurious lineup, but they couldn't even get past the 100th floor of the mysterious tower. So what kind of level is it? So scary. Fortunately, he did not tell his parents that he was an SSS level talent. Otherwise, they would have immediately thought of it and started to worry about his safety and future. The 100th floor, turn 5. Qin Yun looked at the text on an old news item, holding the mouse tightly in his hand, and murmured to himself. This is almost every career changer's nightmare. But it is also the ideal and pursuit that all career changers dream of. On the other side, our Ling University beauty, Ling Shuier, has also returned home. With a sulky expression on her face, she walked into the luxurious city lord's mansion. The air pressure in her body was so low that the maids were so frightened that they did not dare to say hello to her. Yes, her family background is not ordinary, she is the daughter of the city lord. What's wrong, my good daughter? During lunch, Ling Yi, the city lord of the main city of Tianhai, glanced at her strangely and asked doubtfully, I heard that you have awakened your S-level talent, and you also have a hidden combat profession, Frost Mage. Quote. When the transfer ceremony was over, the old principal of the school specially called to congratulate him. Therefore, the city lord had already known the good news and was waiting for her to take the initiative to show off. But after waiting and waiting, his daughter always kept silent about it, so he could only take the initiative to bring up the topic. Ling Shuier glanced at her father, feeling depressed and lowering her head to eat. Hey, who made my good daughter angry? Seeing this, the city lord couldn't help but frown, a little helpless and a little funny. This doesn't look like he has awakened his S-level talent. Instead, he looks like he has changed his career, with an unhappy expression on his face. He knows how proud this daughter is. Normally, she would have held her head high. Where would it be now? What happened? Quote. There is another person in our school who has awakened S-level talent and hidden combat profession. Ling Shuier took a few mouthfuls of white rice and had no appetite to pick up the food. She said in a dull tone, I wanted to form a team with him to level up, but he rejected my invitation. Oh, the lord of the city was a little surprised. He knew how attractive his daughter was. She was very charming and had many suitors. How could anyone refuse her invitation? That's so surprising. I'm stuffed. Ling Shuier didn't want to say any more, threw down the bowls and chopsticks, got up and went back to the room alone. Is there a hidden combat profession for S-level talent? The Lord's city lord touched his chin, feeling a little curious. He waved to the housekeeper and gave a few instructions in a low voice. Not long after, his butler sent him a list of personnel and awakening information for this year's job transfer ceremony in the main city of Tianhai. Qin Yun, S-level talent, shadow assassin. Seeing the name on the document, the city lord raised his eyebrows and smiled with interest. Oh, his father is still a member of our city defense army, interesting. Moreover, his mother Lu Qin also works in the logistics department, which is quite a fate. The son of these two people. Qin Yun, S-level talent, shadow assassin, the qualifications are very good, what a talent. Maybe he might not be able to become a level 100 powerhouse in the future, which would be quite good. Well, do you want to help your daughter? The Lord's city lord touched his chin and thought to himself. Ling Shuier didn't know what crooked thoughts her father was having. She returned to her room, lay back, and fell on the soft bed, forming a human shape. She was in a very irritable mood and couldn't understand why Qin Yun, who had always been very kind to her, would reject her proposal. Ding ding ding. She opened the chat group and found that there were a lot of notifications for new messages in the newly created group chat. Well, she just joined it not long ago. After the job transfer ceremony, the school official proposed that this year's class of more than 300 combat professional students formed a chat group together, and it was very lively. Ling casually looked through the chat history, but found it uninteresting. They were all strangers greeting each other. Suddenly, a message caught her attention. That was her classmate and monitor of Class 1, Grade 3, Leay. He was showing off his A-level talent and career in the group, and was openly recruiting teammates to fight monsters and upgrade together. The conditions required were at least A-level, and female students were given priority. Those who are beautiful and have a good figure will be given priority. Talent with good skills will be given priority. Space is limited, first come first served. You know, there seem to be only a dozen students in this year's class who have awakened the A-level talent combat profession, and there are not many girls among them, only 5 or 6. There are more wolves and less meat, how can you succeed? The group suddenly became noisy and argued with each other. Even those whose talent level is lower than a level have all participated in the game, fishing in troubled waters, or scolding Leay for not being a son of a man, or recruiting teammates with the same talent as themselves to prepare for tomorrow's monster hunting and upgrade outside the city. Ling couldn't help but pursed her lips, feeling unhappy in her heart. I wanted to invite her to form a team not long ago, but in the end, I turned around and wanted to invite other girls to form a team to upgrade. Humph, men are all big pig hooves. Although she didn't have any thoughts about Leay, the other party's behavior still made her a little unhappy, as if she had been betrayed, and she felt even more unhappy. While she was bored, Ling Shui's attention was attracted by the news of another person. It was someone who was having a passionate exchange with Leay. Well, that's right, the person who Leay didn't deal with was none other than Qin Yun's deskmate and best friend, the fat little Liu Haoran. Since Qin Yun and Leay are both secretly in love with Ling Shui, they are both suitors and have a competitive relationship, so the two sides will naturally dislike each other. For this reason, the little fat Liu Haoran often helps his brother to stand up for Leay. The relationship has always been poor. Because Leay was openly recruiting female teammates in the group chat, the little fat man started talking in the group, making some sarcastic remarks, and then started scolding him. The little fat man mocked Leay because his face was full of pimples and looked like a toad. He wanted to eat swan meat, but found that he couldn't eat it, so he planned to find some female toads. Seeing that he dared to ruin his good deeds, Leay almost exploded with anger, and immediately started scolding him. In and out of his words, he despised the little fat guy who was just a B-level talent, and he dared to find trouble for himself. Leay wildly mocked the little fat man as a stupid pig. He might not be able to advance to level 10 in the next month, and he wouldn't even be able to get into a second-rate university. No one wants him at all. In the end, I can only go to a third-rate university. This map cannon annoyed many students below B-level talent. After all, there are many people with low talent levels in the group chat. More people joined in and scolded him, but Leay didn't care at all. He even bluntly said that these people are garbage. Sooner or later, they will get stuck at the threshold of first and second rotations. They will have no hope of being promoted to a higher level in their lifetime and can only become job transfers. The lowest level of the people. The little fat man Liu Haoran took the lead in the charge, mocking Leay for not knowing his own capabilities and being arrogant, and became the main force scolding Leay. He scolded Leay, a mere A-level person, for how dare he be so arrogant in the group. There are no tigers in the mountains, but the monkey is the king. He bluntly said that his good brother Qin Yun is an S-level talent and has a hidden combat profession. He can take him to upgrade together. When the time comes, he will definitely upgrade faster than Leay and get into a better university. But Leay mocked the little fat man, saying he was just a waste and a burden, which would only drag down Qin Yun, causing both of them to fail to advance to a higher level. In the end, Qin Yun would go to a rubbish school together, and he might not be as good as an A-level talent. The two sides started an unprecedented scolding battle, with no one convinced, but in the end, there was strength in numbers. Leay was scolded and ran away in the end, and he did not dare to speak in the group chat again. The little fat man Liu Haoran also fell into silence and stopped talking. Ling Shui, who had been watching the whole scolding battle, suddenly felt something in her heart and felt that she had discovered the truth of the matter. She hurriedly searched in the group chat, and soon found Qin Yun's name. She took a deep breath, initiated a private chat with him, and typed several lines. Qin Yun, I know that you have a good relationship with Lu Haoran, and you want to take him to upgrade together, so you rejected my invitation. However, I can agree with you to bring B-level talent Lu Haoran, and the three of us will fight monsters and level up together. Although this will slow down my upgrade speed, which will be slower than the two of us teaming up, and will affect my results in a month, but I promise you. Tomorrow, let's form a team together. Ling Shuier was full of expectations, waiting for the reply from the other side, with a smile on her lips. She is so considerate, takes the initiative to lower her attitude, and considers the other person. Qin Yun will definitely be very touched. She believes that Qin Yun will definitely agree happily. However, there was no reply from the other side, and she waited until the flowers withered. It wasn't until that night that Qin Yun, who hadn't paid attention to the group chat at all, ended his online search for information, picked up his phone and took a look, only to find her private chat information. Quote. He first asked a question. Then, he replied immediately. Sorry, I refuse. Ling Shuier, who had been waiting all afternoon, finally saw his reply before going to bed. She was so angry that she almost broke her phone on the spot. Qin Yun didn't want to be a licking dog and stopped paying attention to the messages sent by Ling Shuier. He was looking forward to tomorrow's upgrade trip to the jungle area outside the city. He soon lay on the bed, fell asleep, and had a good sleep. Early the next morning, he and his parents sat around the table and had breakfast. Son, I heard that there is another person in your class who has also awakened S-level talent, and also has a hidden combat profession. Father Qin Feng and Mother Lu Qin seemed to be a little worried. Seeing him hesitate to speak, they finally spoke. Well, that person is from our class. Qin Yun nodded. He was not surprised that his parents would know the news. You must know that once the genius of S-level talent is awakened in the annual job transfer ceremony, as long as it is not a life occupation, it will soon spread. People in the entire Tianhai main city will know about it on the streets, triggering a burst of discussion. The couple looked at each other, a little curious. Aren't you going to form a team to upgrade together? That would be faster, right? No, I plan to bring Lu Haoran together to form a team and upgrade. Qin Yun shook his head, finished the last bite of the buns, stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. He glanced at the clock on the wall, packed his things, and left the house in a hurry. Father Qin Feng and Mother Lu Qin looked at each other in silence, and finally sighed. Oh, this is the only way, let my son make his own decision. Yesterday afternoon, the city lord spoke to the couple for the first time and congratulated their son Qin Yun on awakening his S-level talent. The couple were also very happy and proud of their son, but they didn't expect that they would alert the lord of the city. But it's not too surprising. After all, the annual job transfer ceremony may not produce an S-level talent combat profession, let alone a hidden combat profession. What surprised the couple was that another S-level talent transferee was actually the daughter of the city lord. I guess the city lord was also temporarily happy and wanted to chat with the couple, right? After all, the status gap between the two sides is a bit big. However, after chatting for a while, the city lord began to hint to the couple intentionally or unintentionally, hoping that Qin Yun and his daughter could form a team to upgrade, help each other, and make progress together. Father Qin Feng and Mother Lu Qin were not stupid young people. Of course they heard what the city lord meant and immediately understood the purpose of this conversation. You know, if career changers in this world want to form a team to upgrade, it is best if they are people of the same level. This is because for every level difference between job transferees in the same team, the experience gained from killing monsters will be reduced by 20%. That is to say, once level 5 is exceeded, the experience gained will be reduced to 0. This means that high-level job transferees cannot bring low-level job transferees to fight and upgrade monsters, whether they are high-level monsters or low-level monsters. Even if you don't form a team, the method of high-level job changers beating monsters to residual health and then letting low-level job changers harvest them is still not feasible, because the experience gain mechanism for killing monsters is also related to the damage done to monsters. If they are not on the same team, experience will be distributed based on the percentage of the monster's health loss. Therefore, job transferees in each session will often form teams with each other. Starting from level 1, they will team up with students of the same talent level to cultivate friendship and grow together. In this way, we can better defeat monsters, upgrade, and start the career of career changers, instead of directly looking for high-level career changers to lead them. Even if you can't find one in high school, you can still find one in college. There are many opportunities. As long as you're not too withdrawn, you can usually find suitable teammates and assemble a team of 5. After returning home last night, the couple tossed and turned in bed, thinking about it all night, but still couldn't decide whether they should tell their son. Because this may affect your son's future, you must be cautious. Although, if two people who are both S-level talents form a team together, it will indeed be beneficial to both parties. This morning, while having breakfast, the couple wanted to test their son's tone to see what his attitude was before making a decision, but unexpectedly, their son had already made an agreement with the little fat man Leay. They were not given a chance to speak. Obviously, Chin Yun has no intention of teaming up with the city lord's daughter to upgrade. I wonder if the city lord will blame him after he finds out. However, even if they have to lose their jobs, it will not affect their son's future. The couple has already made this realization. The couple looked at each other, a look of determination flashing in their eyes. Hey, this armor is quite powerful, old Lu. Soon, Chin Yun and the fat man Leay met at the gate of the community downstairs. He looked at each other and praised him loudly. In fact, he also knows that even though the little fat guy looks a little fat on the surface, underneath the fat is actually all muscle, very strong. After all, this is the blacksmith family that has been passed down for 3 generations. I have been swinging hammers since I was a child. How could I be so bloated? The little fat man Leay was very strong. Before changing jobs, Chin Yun had never beaten him in arm wrestling. Handsome, isn't he? The little fat man Leay smiled, posed a few times, and showed off the novice suit he asked his grandfather to build overnight. He said in a proud tone, "Private customization, 2 pieces of purple quality, 4 pieces of blue quality, not much worse than yours." Quote, he is wearing a set of silver iron full-body armor, which is shiny, beautifully shaped, and tightly fitted, which is quite intimidating. The little fat man was already very strong, but this time, he looked even more like an ancient warrior. The most eye-catching thing is the long-handled hammer in his hand. It is round, ferocious and domineering. It seems to be quite heavy and weighty at first glance. All I can say is that he is indeed a hammer warrior. We haven't even reached the wild area outside the city yet, so you can't wait to put it on. Chin Yun nodded and couldn't help but joke. Hey, don't I want you to appreciate my heroic appearance, Lao Chin? The little fat man chuckled, opened the career panel, quickly put the equipment back into the space backpack, and returned to his normal clothes. Old Chin, where is your novice suit? Let me take a look. Fine. Chin Yun couldn't resist him, so he had to open the career panel and put on the novice suits in the space backpack one by one. Suddenly, a cool and unrestrained appearance appeared on his body. The whole body was black with exquisite patterns. It was cold and full of mystery. He wore a hood, covering the upper half of his face. Proper assassin style, cool and sassy. Wow, Lao Chin, you look pretty good too. Seeing this, the little fat man exclaimed again and again, his eyes widened with envy. Chin Yun chuckled, he was quite satisfied with this. After admiring it for a while, he took all the equipment back. Although the costumes of career changers are still very common in the main city of Tianhai and are not eye-catching, they still have to take the bus to school. The little fat man is wearing armor and it is not easy to sit on the seat, which will definitely it's very uncomfortable, so normal clothes are more comfortable. Although he can wear it, as a good brother, he naturally can't leave the little fat man alone. Let's go, gather at school. The two walked towards the bus stop and soon waited for the number 56 bus and arrived at the school. On the playground, teachers have been waiting here for a long time, greeting students from each class to assemble here. Not long after, more than 300 combat professionals who had successfully transferred to another profession arrived and were assembled. The teachers took everyone on the school bus and started heading to the wilderness outside the city. Everyone is looking forward to this and feeling excited. Half an hour later, several buses carrying this class of students arrived at the north gate entrance of the main city of Tianhai. The school has already submitted relevant applications to the city lord's government. In the next month, the plain outside the city north and the area within 30 miles nearby will become the training area for this year's students. The monsters on this plain are basically low-level monsters from level 1 to level 20, which are not very dangerous. Moreover, the closer they are to the main city, the lower their level is, which is very suitable for novices who have just changed jobs to fight monsters and upgrade. The teachers presented the documents personally approved by the lord of the city, and soon the students were released. They left the north city gate smoothly and successfully reached the plains on the outskirts of the city. Is this the wild area outside the city? Wow, look, there's a bunch of slimes there. Yeah, every time she moves, she looks so cute. Quote. The students who came outside the city for the first time were very excited and looked at the scene in front of them excitedly. You know, they are not allowed to leave the main city before changing jobs, because the monsters outside are very dangerous. No matter how low the level is and how weak the strength, they are not existences that ordinary people can resist. Moreover, due to the special characteristics of the integration of games and reality, similar to digital attributes, they can only be effectively damaged by job changers, and ordinary weapons have no effect on them at all. Students, next, it's time for free activities. A teacher who led the team personally demonstrated to the students how to kill a slime. He only used a flat A to instantly kill this poor level 1 wild monster. Then, on behalf of the school, he announced that everyone could level up freely. These teachers do not lead the students to fight monsters and level up, but act as guards, watching and patrolling to prevent these novices, who have no experience at all, from rashly provoking powerful wild monsters and being beaten to death on the spot. Because, if you don't have resurrection items on you, you will really die if you are killed by a wild monster. This is no joke. Except for some students from well-off families, most people cannot afford expensive resurrection items. After all, these students are just sprouts that have just sprouted, and they cannot be folded so easily. This is a little bit of love and care from the school, allowing them to accumulate their initial experience in fighting monsters, continue to grow, and become qualified career changers. More than 300 new job transferees cheered and couldn't wait. They each found their own small group, formed a team together, and began their own journey of fighting monsters and upgrading. Although there are a lot of people, it is not worth mentioning in this vast plain. If you spread out, you can still find suitable wild monsters. The number is enough and there is no need to fight. Okay, let's go fight monsters and upgrade. Hearing the head teacher's announcement, Qin Yun smiled and said to the little fat man Lu Haoran. He immediately opened his professional attribute panel and put on all the novice suits of the space backpack. The cool and sassy assassin costume suddenly appeared on him, which was very eye-catching. Wow, this is the hidden combat profession, Shadow Assassin. It's actually a complete set of equipment. Moreover, it looks like it's not of a low grade. Is Qin Yun's family so rich? What are you thinking? He is an S-level talent and should have been awarded to him by the school. I heard. Those in the same class widened their eyes with envy on their faces, and couldn't help but focus on Qin Yun. You know, they all have ordinary whiteboard novice equipment. Some of them can't even get the basic 6-piece set. They only have one weapon and 1 or 2 pieces of level 1 white armor. Ordinary quality white equipment is usually called whiteboard equipment by career changers. The attributes of this level 1 whiteboard equipment are very poor, but they are better than ordinary clothes, and at least there are a few attribute bonuses. Unfortunately, they are not cheap, costing at least 1,000 yuan each. Because they are suitable for level 1 newcomers who have just changed jobs, this time of year is their peak sales season. Haha, are you envious? Qin Yun, who was surrounded by everyone, turned the 2 daggers in his hands casually a few times. He felt that they were quite comfortable, and he was a little surprised. Maybe it's because he changed his profession to become an assassin. With exclusive career bonuses, you can use your fingers like an arm without being a dexterity person. Otherwise, it would be too grassy. A warrior who can't swing a sword, an archer who can't draw a bow and shoot an arrow, the picture is so beautiful. I dare not look at it even if I think about it. When the little fat man Leay on the side saw this, he also put on his armor suit. His appearance changed drastically. He looked like an iron can. He had a powerful shape and held a long-handled hammer in his hand, which immediately caused another wave of surprise. As a descendant of the blacksmith family, everyone was not too surprised that he had such good equipment. After all, his grandfather was an S-level blacksmith and was quite famous. The business of the blacksmith shop at home has always been very good. Many classmates and alumni visited it yesterday afternoon. The equipment on the little fat man is of very good quality. It was personally made by the great master blacksmith and is privately customized. Its attributes are no less than those of level 15 whiteboard equipment. The weapon, the big hammer, is also a rare 2-star purple equipment. It can be said that these level 1 slimes nearby are no match for the little fat man. They can crush them based on their attributes alone. Let's go, the great legend of the Assassin King sets sail today. Qin Yun waved his hand and announced in a very confident manner, and his whole body became excited. After all, this is the perfected being version of a large-scale VR online game. More exciting than wearing a gaming helmet. Is there anyone who is really looking forward to it? He originally thought that the fat little Leay, who was his best friend, would immediately echo him and say something like, "This is the beginning of the Hammer Warrior's heroic journey." But when he turned around, he found that the other party had been. He stood there without moving, his expression still hesitant. What's wrong? Qin Yun couldn't help but stop and look back at him with a puzzled tone. Even the team invitation he just sent was rejected by the other party, which was very strange. Old Qin, Leay, the little fat man holding the big hammer, took a deep breath and finally said, I want to level up by myself. Quote? Qin Yun blinked, with a question mark on his face. What are you talking about? I clearly promised that I would take you to show off and take you flying. Why did you suddenly regret it at this time? Don't you want to take off with me? Old Qin, I have thought about it seriously. But the little fat man Leay shook his head and said resolutely, you are a hidden combat profession of S-level talent. After 1 month, there is a high chance of being admitted to Kyoto University, but I am only a B-level talent and cannot even meet the minimum admission requirements. Arrive. If you take me to join a team to upgrade, it will slow down your upgrade speed and you may not be able to get into Kyoto University. Once this opportunity is missed, then. The little fat man Leay sighed, shook his head and said, even if I follow you to fight monsters and level up, I have no hope of getting into the top Kyoto University. B-level talents can only touch the passing line of first-class universities. Even if you can take me to level 20, I won't be able to study at Kyoto University with you. It's better to separate and level up alone. The little fat man Leay looked at Qin Yun seriously, twitched the corner of his mouth and said, I have a good brother who was admitted to Kyoto University. If I tell him about it in the future, my face will be bright too. Yesterday afternoon, the scolding battle with Leay in the chat group made him think a lot before making such a decision. He didn't want to drag down Qin Yun or his good brother. Qin Yun's talent level is so good, he doesn't want his good brother to miss the most precious opportunity in life. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows with a helpless expression, that's it. Just for this reason, you plan not to team up with me. What did he think it was? You are thinking too much. Brother. He turned back and walked over, patted the little fat man Leay on the shoulder, and complained, you are only a pendant at most, how can you drag me down? Have you seen my thighs? They are thick and strong. Qin Yun raised his right leg, slapped it hard, and said with great courage, what effect will one more hair on your leg have on me? Just hold me tight. He is not an S-level talent as others think, but an SSS level. The talent skill he awakened yesterday scared him when he saw it. It was too buggy. One person's output could equal 20. It probably takes longer to find monsters than to defeat them, so it's impossible for you to slow down your upgrade speed. I, the future king of assassins. Understand. Grass. Seeing his confident and arrogant look, the little fat man opened his mouth, and finally he could only curse angrily. You said this, don't blame me if you are dragged down by me. How can that be possible? Qin Yun put his arms around the little fat man's shoulders and said with a smile, don't worry, brother, I am very strong. Stronger than you expected. Much stronger. We will help you take off and get into a good university. It will not be a problem at all. Chapter 11. After a sincere conversation, Qin finally put aside his good brother's concerns. He once again sent a team invitation to the little fat guy Leay. This time, the other party finally clicked the confirmation button and agreed to join his team. In this way, the experience gained from killing monsters will be equally divided between the two people in the team. Well, let's try it with these slimes in front of us first. Qin walked to the nearest slime and looked at the pitiful and squirming appearance of the little level 1 monster. He showed no mercy and decided to kill it. I'll cut it. Since he himself is only level 1, apart from the awakened talent skill, God-killing blade, he only has a level 1 general skill of the assassin profession, combos. Combo. A quick assassination technique that attacks the enemy twice in an instant, causing 150% physical damage. I saw 2 flashes of white light, the daggers in his hands flashed over each other, and the slime was cut into 4 parts on the spot. A big damage number, 1600. Float up from the slime's corpse and kill him instantly with 1 move. Oh shit, what kind of harm are you doing? When the little fat man Leay saw this scene, he was shocked and his eyes widened. Are level 1 monsters so weak? I'll try it too. He immediately ran in front of the other slime, swung the sledgehammer, shouted loudly, and smashed it down hard. Heavy hammer blow. Boom. The slime trembled on the spot, rolled up its belly, and died. It only had a pitiful 50 points of health, and the little fat man's hammer dealt 120 points of damage. After all, the little fat man is wearing a custom-made novice outfit. His panel attributes are not low, his attack power is very high, and the damage is overflowing. The poor slime still owes him a life. But the little fat man Leay was not satisfied. Why only 120 points of damage? Compared with Lao Qin's horrific damage, the difference was more than 10 times. How could the gap be so big? He was in disbelief. Although his move is just a normal attack, it can only be regarded as a flat A. However, the talent skill he awakened, Heavy Hammer Smash, is a talent passive skill. Heavy Hammer Smash. When using hammer weapons, the damage caused by normal attacks to the enemy is increased by 50%. If it hits the enemy's head, there is a 30% chance of putting the enemy into a brief stun state and interrupting the enemy's casting skills. A decent passive skill with high damage bonus and control effect. The only drawback is that as a hammer warrior, his attack speed is a bit slow. Therefore, even if it is a level A, it is a level A with 150% physical damage in exchange for attack speed. Unexpectedly, it couldn't be compared to Qin 2 swish swords. His S-level talent is too perverted. Even though Qin wore a set of purple quality 3-star novice equipment and his attributes were greatly improved, the attributes of the armor and the big hammer weapon he wore were not bad. You know, those students in whiteboard outfits were also attacking other slimes at this time, and they were fighting passionately. The damage caused by one of their attacks was only a dozen points. I don't understand. The little fat man Leay lost his defense a little. He squatted down depressedly and poked the slime's body with his finger. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong. Logically speaking, slimes are monsters with low defense and have little impact on damage. Is it a factor of skill bonus? However, when Qin confessed that the damage bonus of his combination skill just now was only 150% of physical damage, he was even more surprised because it was the same damage coefficient as his average A. Then why was Qin damage so much higher than his own? Your hurt is too perverted. The little fat guy Leay couldn't help complaining. No wonder this guy dared to say that he had thick thighs, he turned out to be so perverted. Haha, I also have the damage bonus of talent's passive skills. Qin smiled. His equipment had higher attributes than him, and he also had a 1000% damage bonus from talent's passive skills. Isn't that more than 10 times? As expected of S-level talent, the little fat man said in a sour tone, very envious. Okay, let's go find higher level wild monsters. We won't fight slimes anymore. Qin smiled and glanced at the experience bar on the professional attribute panel. It only increased the progress by 0.6%, it has too little experience. Let's go fight something else. If you are not in a team, a single player can gain 1.2% experience points. If you want to level up, you have to fight at least 80 of them. If a 5-person team were to share the experience equally, they would have to fight more than 400 animals. This is not easy for a novice wearing a whiteboard suit, no wonder it is so difficult to upgrade. I guess I won't be able to level up in half a day. This is still at level 1. As the level gets higher in the future, more experience points will be needed to upgrade. All I can say is that it's a really hard road for career changers. Fortunately, his talent, profession and equipment are very good, and he can take the little fat man to fight higher level wild monsters. If he fights monsters beyond the level, he should get higher experience points and upgrade faster. Let's go, stop playing with that slime's body. Qin Yun said hello and planned to take the little fat man deeper into the plane to find higher level wild monsters. But the little fat man Lu Haoran still squatted there, poking at the slime's body with his fingers. He even took off his armor gloves and pinched it a few times with his hands. This feeling, this touch, it's smooth and moist. He looked surprised, as if he had discovered a new world. Hey, Lao Qin, I suddenly have a bold idea. No, you didn't. Qin Yun's face darkened, as if he knew what he was thinking. But, the little fat man pinched the slime's elastic jelly-like body with a delighted expression. This is really moist. Why don't you come and feel it? If you have listened to the lectures in class, you should know that the slime's body and the mucus it secretes are slightly corrosive. If touched for too long, it will damage our skin. Qin Yun said expressionlessly, reminding him, if you don't want your second brother to be bald, then go ahead and try your bold idea. The little fat man immediately retracted his hand and looked at his palm. Fortunately, the skin was not corroded and broken, but it was just a little red. Oh, what a pity. With a regretful expression on his face, he wiped his hands and suddenly had an idea. Then I can find a priest girl to help me with the treatment. A mere bit of corrosion damage can be compensated with a single healing skill. Qin Yun tilted his head, and really couldn't figure out his brain circuit. No, you already have a priest sister, what else do you want it for? That's right. The little fat man was stunned for a moment, then re-equipped his armor and gloves, stood up, and nodded. Then, find a priest daddy. He was still a little unwilling to give up, so he thought about it and came up with a solution again. Tisk, do you want him to treat you while watching you realize your bold ideas? Qin Yun was speechless and sighed. In that case, even I would think you are a pervert. The little fat man imagined that scene, his whole body trembled suddenly, and he really didn't dare to continue talking. He doesn't want to be a pervert, that would be too perverted. Weak, too weak. On the other side, Leay, the monitor of Class 1, Grade 3, was also beating the slime nearby and said loudly like a show-off. The long sword in his hand flashed with the arc of lightning, and he easily killed the poor level 1 slime in one blow, inflicting more than 180 points of skill damage and even leaving traces of scorch on it. With my attributes, it's so easy to defeat level 1 wild monsters. Beside him, there were 2 team members, both girls, with delicate makeup on their faces, and they looked pretty good looking. They were all looking at him with deliberately flattering eyes, which gave Leay a great sense of psychological satisfaction. Yesterday, when Leay openly recruited female teammates in the chat group, he was ruined by the scolding battle caused by the little fat guy, and his reputation was damaged. He has now only managed to recruit 2 female teammates. Those from other classes have only B talent level, far less than he expected. For this reason, as the son of a certain guild president, he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to equip them with a set of green high-quality novice suits. As a condition, he attracted them to agree to team up with him to upgrade. And his own equipment is a blue high-quality novice suit, with attributes close to level 15 whiteboard suit, which can be regarded as very luxurious. He is not a fat guy. He has an S-level grandpa blacksmith at home, but fortunately his family is well off and he is not too far behind. The slime, who only had 50 health points, was completely unable to withstand the initial thunder and lightning skills released by the heavily armed slime, and was easily killed instantly. Under the envious looks of the classmates around him, Leay couldn't help but feel more proud. The classmate wearing a whiteboard suit was still struggling to defeat monsters. Each attack only dealt a dozen points of damage, but he could easily kill monsters in seconds, so he naturally had a sense of superiority. He even wants to challenge higher-level wild monsters. HMPH, with my attack power, I can skip levels and fight monsters above level 10 without any problem. After killing a few slimes, Leay said proudly, his mentality gradually expanding. Yes, Mr. Lee is so powerful. His two female teammates also echoed his words and encouraged him to fight higher-level monsters in order to gain more experience points. My equipment attribute bonus is not weaker than level 15 whiteboard equipment. I should be able to challenge level 15 monsters. Leay analyzed with confidence and led them deeper into the plane, gradually moving away under the envious eyes of everyone. Seeing this scene, Qin couldn't help but shook his head and was too lazy to pay attention. Haha, with your high-quality equipment, the attributes are indeed not much worse than the level 15 whiteboard equipment, but you are only level 1. Your current personal basic attributes are far behind those of level 15 job transferees. Still want to challenge level 15 wild monsters? Don't get killed by wild monsters. Even if it can be resurrected, it will still consume a resurrection badge, which costs 50,000 yuan. As expected, not long after, Leay was slapped to death by a level 10 earth black bear on the way. He turned into a white light and was reborn on the resurrection altar in the main city of Tianhai. Thinking back to the scene just now, he looked confused and extremely lucky. Fortunately, he brought more than one resurrection item in his backpack, otherwise, he would really be dead. Even the teacher didn't react and rescue was too late. Who would have thought that this level 1 novice would go deep into the plains to fight high-level monsters? I can't even persuade you. After this incident, Leay returned to the outside of the city and became much more honest. He gave in and went to fight the level 5 wild monsters. Because he really can't withstand the damage from high-level wild monsters. Fortunately, the two female teammates he led ran fast at the time. When they saw that he was dead, they immediately turned around and ran away. In the end, they managed to survive and refused to follow him to die again. You know, they didn't have money to buy any resurrection items, and they were almost scared to death. Of course, this is a later story. Qin and the little fat man did not witness this scene with their own eyes, otherwise they would probably burst into laughter. At the same time, as another much-anticipated S-level genius, Ling, she was also secretly paying attention to Qin, occasionally glancing at him, and pretending to be nonchalant on the surface. It could be seen that she was getting more and more unhappy when she saw that he was talking and laughing with the little fat man and had no intention of coming over and actively invited her to form a team. Zuo wan kan wan Qin de si xin wei fu, ta cha dian chi zala, zhong shenai de tu zi bao zhen hen zo li dun ideographic period. Now, she couldn't lose face at all, so she put down her pride and invited Qin again. HMPH, even if I don't form a team with you, I'll definitely be able to defeat monsters and level up by myself faster than you with Lu Haoran as a burden. Single quote. Ling couldn't help but snort, and when she saw the two of them heading deeper into the plane, her teeth itched with hatred. She raised her hand, gathered her magic power, and released a chilling ice arrow, instantly freezing a slime. More than 300 damage was dealt from its head, killing it instantly. Everyone around was stunned and looked at her with envy. At this time, Ling was holding a staff and wearing a snow-white mage robe with ice blue patterns. She looked extremely holy and beautiful, attracting the attention of many people. S-level talent, Frost Mage. No need for any trash teammates. Ignoring the warm invitations from the A-level talent students from other classes around her, she turned around, her long hair fluttering, and chose another path, walking proudly deeper into the plane. That's right, she also plans to farm higher-level wild monsters. These level 1 slimes are no challenge to her at all, and she has very little experience. She secretly swore that in 1 month, she would be promoted to a higher level than Qin and shock his eyes. When the time comes, look at his expression of regret. When she thought of that scene, Ling Shui's whole body was filled with motivation, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. In fact, many students from well-off families who can afford high-quality novice equipment have made the same decision. After trying out a few level 1 slimes and gaining some experience, I couldn't wait to form a team and set off deeper into the plane. As the saying goes, one step is fast, every step is fast. If you want to level up faster than others, of course you have to be willing to invest and challenge higher level wild monsters. This is true even for people with lower talent levels. We are all level 1 newcomers now. With the addition of high-quality equipment attributes, the difference in personal basic attributes is actually not that big. It is just a difference in talent awakening skills. Therefore, as many levels of wild monsters as you can defeat, just level them up. Everyone is trying their best to get into the good university of their choice. And our protagonist Qin Yun, together with his good brother Leay, quickly found a suitable target for spawning monsters. On the grassy plain, a rock more than 2 meters high is standing there, taller than a person. But if we look carefully, we will know that it is not a rock. Because the rock will not move by itself, nor will it grow 4 legs, a tail, and a head full of sharp fangs. Yes, this is actually a kind of World of Warcraft, a level 12 jungle monster, the giant rock turtle. It walked slowly and leisurely on the grass, nibbling on the sweet and juicy grass, carrying a huge turtle shell that looked like a rock, and seemed to be indifferent to the world. However, when Qin Yun and the little fat man Leay stepped into its alert range, it suddenly raised its head and turned around. Its dark red eyes stared at the two with a fierce look. Then, it rushed over menacingly, like a boulder rolling down the hillside. "Old Liu, come on." Qin Yun patted the little fat man Leay on the shoulder and encouraged him. Roar! The little fat man Leay didn't flinch. He screamed strangely, picked up the hammer and rushed towards the giant rock turtle. Bash! He chose to cast the only active skill he had mastered, the Hammer Warrior's level 1 universal skill. Slam! Swing a hammer weapon to give the enemy a powerful blow, causing 180% physical damage. As a profession with heavy weapons, the general skill damage coefficient of Little Fatty is 30% higher than that of the profession with light weapons, as compensation for the low attack speed. I saw the big hammer in the hand of the little fat man Leay hit the giant rock turtle that rushed over, making a muffled sound. A damage value floated from the head of the giant rock turtle, 66. So hard. However, the giant rock turtle has a full 760 health points. The little fat man's blow caused negligible damage to it. If you want to kill it, you have to swing at least 10 hammers. Then, before the little fat man Leay could react, the giant rock turtle hit him directly like a rolling stone. The little fat man was immediately knocked back several steps and almost fell to his knees. It is the skill launched by the giant rock turtle, Crash. Collision. Accelerate and rush towards the enemy. A frontal hit will cause a knockback effect and cause 150% physical damage. "Oh, I'll go." The little fat man Leay screamed in pain, and finally managed to stabilize his body. He touched the armor on his chest. Well, it was fine. There was not even a dent, and it was still shiny. However, an astonishing number floated above his head, 250. This shocked him greatly. You know, the little fat man's current health value is only a little over 400. This time, it will kill half of his life. If he was hit by the giant rock turtle again, his health would be drained. I saw that after knocking down the little fat man, the giant rock turtle only paused for a moment and then continued to crawl towards him quickly. Its big mouth full of sharp fangs opened wide and it pressed hard towards him. A bite. Old Qin, help. Seeing that ferocious big mouth gnawing at him, getting closer and closer, the little fat man almost peed in fear. "Don't worry, I'm watching." Qin Yun appeared between him and the giant rock turtle, and with a flick of the dagger in his hand, he struck a straight A, accurately hitting the stretched neck of the giant rock turtle. Poof! An astonishing damage of more than 800 points floated from the head of the giant rock turtle, instantly clearing the blood volume. This ferocious and terrifying giant rock turtle immediately threw itself onto the street and fell to the ground. This was not because Qin Yun was deliberately trying to harm his brother, but because he was conducting a test to find a suitable target for spawning monsters. He led the little fat man Leay all the way for almost 10 miles before reaching the depths of the plain. Along the way, they encountered many wild monsters. The fanged rat at level 2, the jackrabbit at level 3, the gray fur fox at level 7, the red-eyed wolf at level 9. Every time he encounters a new wild monster, Qin Yun will not take action immediately. Instead, he will let the little fat man try their damage first to see how many hits he can take. After all, the little fat man's equipment has good attribute bonuses and can resist the attacks of wild monsters without being killed in one blow. Then, I found the giant rock turtle just now. The little fat man could barely resist it for a while, but the second one would probably be enough. In order to maximize the efficiency of gaining experience points, and to prevent the little fat man from being killed instantly by wild monsters, wasting an expensive resurrection badge and causing unnecessary losses, Qin tested it all the way. Okay, it's decided. Looking at the giant rock turtle scattered around the plains like rocks, Qin made a decision. This kind of level 12 wild monster has 760 health points and very thick defense. The little fat man can only deal more than 60 points of damage with one hammer. It obviously seems to be crawling very slowly, but it has a collision skill that can quickly shorten the distance with the enemy and launch an attack. It can be said to be quite difficult to deal with. For ordinary career changers, it is definitely a thankless existence. Even with a 5-person team, it would take at least 3 rounds of output to kill it. But it can kill a job changer with 2 bites. If the equipment is poor, it can even be killed by it in one blow. If the level is too low, or the attribute panel is not enough, it is really difficult for ordinary job changers to deal with it. But for Qin, it was just right. With the 1000% damage bonus of the awakened talent skill, one of his normal attacks can just clear the health of the giant rock turtle without the need for a second blow, which is very suitable. The equipment attributes of the little fat man are also good. You can resist it twice. Even if it is only level 1, you don't have to worry about sudden death. As a target for spawning monsters, this giant rock turtle is perfect. Qin opened the career attribute panel, took a look at the experience bar, and found that the progress had increased by 3%. In other words, compared to level 1 slime, the experience provided by the rock turtle is 5 times higher. In this way, they only need to kill more than 30 animals to reach level 2. Start work, start work. Qin was quite satisfied with this, turned the dagger in his hand, and walked towards the other giant rock turtle. Ah, then what do I do? The little fat man, who had taken a bottle of red potion and was recovering his health, scratched his butt and asked a little awkwardly. You are responsible for applauding and shouting 666. Qin chuckled and said. .666. The little fat man said sincerely as he watched him hit a flat A and drop a giant rock turtle in seconds. Seeing Qin looking relaxed as he chopped melons and vegetables, he realized that he really seemed to be of no help. He could easily lie down and gain experience, and Qin took off with him. Let me go, is this guy's injuries so abnormal? I only deal over 60 points of damage with one hammer, but he does more than 800 points of damage with a flat A. Are you going to let him live? Is this the value of S-level talent? So enviable. The little fat man lowered his head and glanced at the big hammer in his hand, then looked at Qin's heroic posture with one knife after another, and admitted that he was sore, very sore. Obviously he is a profession with heavy weapons and high output. How could such a big hammer not be as powerful as 2 small daggers? Woo woo woo. He finally understood why Qin was so confident in taking him off, and he didn't worry about dragging him down at all. It turns out that this guy's output is so abnormal. If it were him, with his current level and attributes, he wouldn't be able to fight a giant rock turtle alone. Only a pervert like Qin could be so relaxed. The little fat man Leay sighed lightly, deeply feeling the gap between the two sides. But then, looking at the rapidly rising experience bar, he quickly felt happy again. It feels so good. Since a good brother is so loyal and leads him to take off, why not be a cheerleader? Lao Qin is awesome. Lao Qin 666. The little fat man's mood changed from depression to joy. He suddenly roared, which almost scared Qin. He didn't know what he was going crazy about. Just like that, in less than half an hour, a golden light lit up on both of them at the same time. This means that they have finally accumulated enough experience and successfully reached level 2. Wow, upgraded. Seeing the golden light shining on their bodies, both Qin and the little fat man Leay knew what it meant. Not to mention, the little fat man has been staring at the skyrocketing experience bar. He doesn't need to take action to fight monsters, he has been waiting for this moment to come. As the golden light lit up, both of them were promoted to level 2. Qin Yun instantly felt that his strength had become a little stronger. He opened the career panel and found that all the attributes in the personal attribute panel had increased by several points. Recalling the previous level 1 attribute panel, Qin Yun found that the attribute he had increased the most was agility. This is determined based on his assassin professional attributes. After each job changer upgrades, corresponding attribute points will be added according to his or her job. In addition, there will be free attribute points that can be allocated, so that each job changer can choose to add points freely according to his own wishes and the characteristics of his talent awakening skills, and carry out secondary enhancements in a specific direction. The number of free attribute points that a career changer can obtain is fixed every time they advance to a new level, and the number of points is also related to the talent level. Each time the talent level is higher, you will get one more free attribute point. F-level talent has the smallest number of career changers, with only 5 free attribute points. There are a little more E-level talents, with 6 points. Fatty Liu Haoran's talent level is B-level, so he has 9 free attribute points for each level up. An A-level talent like Leay can earn 10 points by leveling up. As for Ling Shuier at S-level, her score is as high as 11 points. As Qin Yun is an SSS level talent, he can gain 13 free attribute points for each level he upgrades to. It's a full 8 points higher than talent's lowest level of F. If both parties can upgrade to level 4 level 100, there will be an attribute gap of 800 points, which is equivalent to the attribute bonus of a piece of golden epic equipment. This is another major advantage that career changers with a high talent level have. Looking at the 13 free attribute points that could be allocated, Qin Yun just thought for a moment and added them all to the agility attribute without hesitation. Because the assassin is a light weapons profession, the agility attribute is very important. Every point of agility attribute can bring him a 0.75 attack power bonus, although it is a little weaker than strength, which can increase his attack power by 1 point. However, it can bring bonuses to dodge, attack speed and even movement speed. The cumulative effect is enough to turn an assassin into an elusive phantom and become everyone's nightmare. You know, this is a world where games and reality are integrated. It is not a turn-based system where you move one move after another and just look at the attribute panel. Instead, it is more like an action game, where you can use subtle movements and detailed movements. Operate and stay away from the enemy's skill damage range in time to avoid damage. It is equivalent to a real battle, but with the addition of attribute panels and professional skills. This shows the importance of agile attributes, which is very important. Moreover, the equipment wearing requirements of the assassin profession are basically related to the agility attribute. If the agility is too low, you may not be able to wear the equipment of the same level. Not to mention, Qin Yun's talent awakening skill, God-Killing Blade, has the largest bonus in terms of damage increase, and mainly adds agility attributes, which can also bring him the greatest benefits. It is also more conducive for him to upgrade and fight monsters now, improving efficiency. As for other attributes, you can add them if necessary later, so you don't need to think too much. After allocating the free attribute points, Qin Yun felt his own changes, and immediately found a giant rock turtle and threw a normal attack. Aha! The giant rock turtle was instantly drained of its health and was unable to resist. More than 1,000 points of terrifying damage appeared above its head. Just by being upgraded to level 1, his damage suddenly increased by more than 200 points, which is really sharp. Seeing this scene, the little fat man, who had just recovered from the upgrade surprise, was confused again. What the hell is this good brother of his? Is S-level talent so powerful? He didn't listen carefully in class, scratched his head and felt a little confused. However, he soon became too lazy to think about it. After allocating the free attribute points, he was a little eager to give it a try. He found a giant rock turtle and tried his own damage. The result surprised him. And his body has now become much stiffer, and he can resist the collision and bite skills of the giant rock turtle, which is equivalent to being able to withstand 3 attacks. Although at the last moment, he only had a dozen points of bloody skin left, he was so frightened that he immediately shouted to Qin Yun for help. Of course Qin Yun also noticed it and had already stood aside, ready to come to the rescue at any time. Seeing the danger of the little fat man, Qin Yun decided to continue farming giant rock turtles instead of looking for higher-level wild monsters, lest his good brother accidentally attract the hatred of wild monsters and cause him to suddenly die suddenly. Although higher-level wild monsters will have higher experience points, it is better to be safe. After reaching level 2, the experience value brought by each giant rock turtle also plummeted from 3% to 1.8%. This shows that if they want to upgrade to level 3, they will have to fight more than 50 giant rock turtles. I need to kill about 20 more from now on. Well, it's barely acceptable. For Qin Yun, this is not difficult at all, and it only takes an extra 20 minutes. Soon, in less than an hour, the familiar golden light lit up again. They successfully rose to level 3 and their strength improved again. Now, you can consider fighting higher-level wild monsters. In the following time, the little fat man Leay, led by Qin Yun, experienced what it means to upgrade at a rocket-like speed. While others are still working hard to reach level 2, they have already reached level 3. When those A-level talent students, who were promoted the fastest, showed off in the chat group that they had reached level 10, they had already reached level 15, far ahead. And this only took half a month. That's outrageous. On this day, Leay, the little fat man, looked at his professional attribute panel and said with emotion. He didn't expect that his dream would come true so quickly. With his current B-level talent and level 15 grades, he has already exceeded last year's B-level talent level 13 admission standards of top universities. In other words, now he can basically choose which first-class university he wants to attend. This gave the little fat man an unreal feeling, and he even pinched his thigh, suspecting that he was dreaming. But the pain in his thigh told him that this was real, this was reality. His good brother Qin Yun really brought him to level 15 by himself, and he took off. Oh, where are we now? Qin Yun chuckled, not too surprised. You must know that he is not the S level that others think, but a true SSS level talent. Next, there are still more than 10 days, let's see how I can help you rise to level 20. Qin Yun patted the little fat man on the shoulder and said boldly. He is very confident about this and believes that he can do it. Even though the efficiency of gaining experience points from killing monsters is getting lower and lower now, and the difficulty increases significantly with each level up, it still can't be difficult for him at all. Upgrade to level 20. The little fat man Leay was shocked when he heard this. However, it was not that he doubted whether Qin Yun could do it, but that he suddenly thought of something else. No, Lao Qin, starting from tomorrow, I won't upgrade with you. He quickly shook his head and said to Qin Yun seriously. Why, are you still worried that you will drag me down? Qin Yun was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know why he didn't want to upgrade with him. No, that's not the reason. The little fat man just smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, I'm worried that I've upgraded too high and won't be able to find suitable teammates after I go to the university to report. With his B-level talent, he could be admitted to a first-class university. Those freshmen who entered the same class would basically be around level 13 to level 15. His current level 15 is basically among the top group. If he reaches level 20, he will be truly outstanding and no one can compare with him. But again, he won't be able to find a suitable teammate. He will be disliked by those low-level classmates, who will refuse to form a team with him because he will cause a decrease in experience points after joining the team. This is a very serious matter and must be seriously considered. Well, after listening to the little fat man's explanation, Qin Yun also realized the seriousness of this matter and couldn't help but be speechless. It turns out that upgrading too quickly is not a good thing. If you consider finding suitable teammates in school, this is indeed a big problem. Okay, then I won't take you to continue the upgrade. Qin Yun nodded, understanding his good brother's concerns and agreeing with his choice. He even began to consider whether he should slow down a little and stop upgrading too quickly. However, as an SSS level talent, do I really need teammates? Qin Yun touched his chin and hesitated a little. Well, it was Lao Qin who led me to upgrade before, but I haven't even fought monsters properly. The little fat man chuckled and said, in the next period of time, I don't have to focus on upgrading, but I will practice the skills of single-handedly killing monsters. After being a cheerleader who could only shout 666 for half a month, he was actually itching for a long time. He wanted to have a good experience and use his own profession and skills to kill wild monsters alone. Because in order to level up faster, Qin always took him to fight monsters beyond his level. As a result, the attributes of those wild monsters were too high, and he simply couldn't handle them, making it difficult for him to fight alone. Now, he can finally relax, no longer worry about getting into college, and can play freely. Well, that's fine, go and play by yourself. Qin nodded, understanding the little fat man's feelings very well. Because this is much more fun than playing computer games by pressing the keyboard to defeat monsters. The physical feeling is too real and very addictive. The upgrade experience in the past half-month has made him very satisfied and he can't stop at all. In the first 2 days, the school teachers would patrol the wild areas outside the city to take care of the safety of the students. Later, after the students were basically familiar with how to fight monsters, the teachers' burden became much easier. No more patrols needed. They only left a few teachers with stable personalities to stay at the entrance of the North City Gate, and the rest of the teachers returned to the school. In this way, if students encounter any difficulties and need help during leveling, they can choose to return to the North City Gate entrance and seek help from the teacher. Except for some individual students, everyone is basically able to take care of themselves and are working hard to upgrade. In the past half-month, Qin took the little fat man Leay to fight monsters and level up, but he killed thousands of wild monsters, which can be said to be full of blood. However, I don't know whether it was bad luck or the explosion rate was too low. After fighting so many monsters, they were stunned that their equipment was not exploded even once. They only had materials from some wild monsters, as well as ingredients such as pieces of meat, not worth much money at all. Because they are all materials produced by low-level wild monsters, even if they are sold to shops or restaurants in the main city, the price is very low. Although the quantity is large, the total value is more than 1,000 yuan. It can be seen from this that although job transferees whose level is lower than level 20 have no worries about food and clothing and can live just by going to the wild areas outside the city to kill monsters, their income is not high. After a month of hard work, they can only earn 3 to 2,000 yuan. Unless you run to clear dungeons, the equipment in the dungeon has a relatively high explosion rate. If you are lucky enough to ship it, you should be able to sell it for a lot of money and make a fortune. But even the most low-level dungeon has a minimum entry requirement of level 20. If you want to enter the dungeon to get explosive equipment, you must form a team of at least 5 people, all of whom are level 20 or above. It is best to complete the level in one turn. Only those who have completed a single-player job transfer copy are more popular. If you are unlucky and fail to pass the single-player dungeon test and are stuck at level 20 for life, then the situation will be quite embarrassing. A career changer like that would be despised if he wanted to form a team and play a dungeon. If it accidentally dies, you will have to waste a resurrection badge worth 50,000 yuan. The risk of loss is quite high. When night came, Qin and the fat man Leay returned to the city. After saying goodbye to each other, he went to the store to sell the messy materials so that they would not continue to take up space in his backpack. Then, the next morning, the two of them came to the North City Gate together. The little fat man was worried that his level was too high and he would not be able to find suitable teammates in college, so he did not want to level up with him. Qin also understood this very well, and he began his career of fighting monsters and upgrading alone. A few days later, the little fat man Leay was somewhere in the jungle, killing a wild monster alone. It was the level 9 red-eyed wolf. It moves very quickly and flexibly, which makes the little fat man Leay full of fighting spirit. Facing its bite, he held a long-handled hammer and dodged left and right. Occasionally, he swung the hammer to block and counterattack. At first glance, the two sides were fighting back and forth, very fiercely. However, this was not because he could not defeat this level 9 red-eyed wolf, but because he was deliberately fighting with it to practice his monster fighting skills. If he wants to kill it, he only needs to hit it hard twice, which is enough to clear its health and kill it on the spot. With Leay's current level and equipment, his professional attribute panel is quite gorgeous. Such damage is not excessive at all. At this moment, someone happened to pass by nearby and saw the scene of him fighting the red-eyed wolf. Hey, isn't this Leay? The visitor was none other than Leay. He was about to go deeper into the plane to fight monsters and upgrade. Unexpectedly, he met Leay, a fat man who had always been at odds with him. He couldn't help but take a few more glances and noticed what was going on here. What, you are fighting level 9 garbage monsters alone? Haha, how pitiful. Where is your S-level talent, good brother Qin? Leay came over, with a sarcastic expression on his face, and said angrily, could it be that he disliked you as a burden, kicked you out of the team, and went to level up alone? Ha ha ha. It seems like your relationship isn't that good either. This guy seemed to have misunderstood something. He thought he had seen through the truth of the matter, and his tone was extremely proud. See, I have said it before, you are just a drag, and there is no way he can take you to upgrade together. Humph, actually you still dare to make trouble with me in the chat group. You deserve what you deserve now. Seeing the fat man fighting with a level 9 red-eyed wolf, Leay felt very relieved and couldn't help but mock him, wanting to see Leay's regretful and ashamed look. To be able to fight so hard against a level 9 red-eyed wolf, he must be around level 9, right? Hey, what are you barking at? However, the little fat man Leay just glanced at him sideways, not angry at all, and ignored his ridicule. Ha ha ha. Leay just thought he was being arrogant, curled his lips, and said with a sneer, could it be that Qin was accidentally killed by a wild monster, right? Then, you ran away alone and waited for him to be resurrected here. None of your business. Get out. The little fat man knocked the red-eyed wolf to death with a hammer, turned around, stared at Leay with an evil expression, and cursed angrily. HMPH, I have already reached level 12. Leay was not afraid. He sneered and waved his right hand to show his level. He said with a proud tone, Leay, you dare to attack me? Do you believe I can send you back to the city with one sword? After more than half a month of upgrading and fighting monsters, he finally reached level 12 yesterday afternoon, and he couldn't wait to show off in the chat group. Because, as an A-level talent, he believes that except for Qin and Ling of S-level talent, there is absolutely no one who can level up faster than him. In fact, this is exactly what happened. Among those who blew themselves up in the chat group, none of them had a higher level than him. Even the dozen or so people who are also A-level talents are now only level 11, and he has widened the gap. Because he works very hard and is willing to spend money. The 2 B-level talent female teammates who teamed up with him at the beginning, after their level was upgraded to level 8, relied on the high attributes brought by the green equipment, and gradually lost their advantage in fighting monsters and upgrading. When they began to change as he became a drag on him, he was kicked out of the team without mercy. Then, Leay started fighting monsters and leveling up alone, until today. This is his gold-making plan, in order to use toolmen to take the lead when the level is low. Relying on such calculations and means, he was able to stay ahead of other A-level talent students, at least with more than half a level of experience, and became the envy of everyone. What level do you think you are, and you dare to attack me? Leay looked at the little fat man Leay with contempt, not caring about his eyes at all. If Qin from S-level talent was here, he would still have some scruples and restrain himself, but as Leay, a mere B-level talent, worthy of him. If Qin had been taking Leay to upgrade and was dragged down, his current level might not be higher than his. Didn't you see that Leay and a level 9 red-eyed wolf were fighting inextricably? Even if Qin is at S level, how high can he be now? If he had sense and abandoned the burden of Leay early, maybe he could still catch up with him. Ha ha ha. When he thought of this, Leay felt extremely proud, and his attitude became more arrogant and wanton. Oh, are you level 12? Seeing this scene, the little fat man Leay squinted his eyes and smiled. No wonder you are so arrogant, I feel like you are becoming more assertive. If it weren't for the fact that the speed at which Qin led him to upgrade was so outrageous that he was a little frightened and didn't dare to openly show off in the chat group, otherwise, how could Leay have the right to show off here? Ha, you're afraid. Leay raised his chin, looking aloof and superior. Being able to show off in front of Leay, who had always been at odds with him, and step on him a few times made him feel very happy, and he let out a good sigh of relief. Humph, let this guy dare to ruin his good deeds in the chat group that day. If he hadn't been worried that Qin would cause trouble for him later, he would have wanted to send this guy back to the city with one sword. Haha, It's level 12, so awesome. Of course, the little fat man Leay also noticed Leay's malice. He sneered and also showed his level. Leay, open your eyes wide and see what level 1 am. That bright level 15 almost shocked Leay's eyes. What? You are actually level 15. How is this possible? Leay was so shocked that he took a few steps back and was almost speechless. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. He is obviously just a B-level talent, how can he be upgraded faster than an A-level talent? Moreover, it's so much faster. Humph, what's impossible? You know nothing. The little fat man Leay looked at Leay with disdain and said in a disdainful tone, do you know the value of S-level talent plus hidden combat profession? Lao Chin has already taken me to level 15. If he hadn't left the team voluntarily because he was worried about finding teammates in college, he would probably be level 16 or even level 17 by now. This, no matter how much Leay didn't believe it, the level shown by the little fat man Leay in front of him was an ironclad fact. It couldn't be false and he couldn't tolerate his disbelief. Moreover, he finally realized that if even Leay had reached level 15, wouldn't it mean that Qin Yun, an S-level talent, had also reached level 15, or even higher? He couldn't believe it, he was greatly shocked, and his whole momentum weakened. Haha, do you still dare to fight with me? The little fat man Leay stared at him coldly, slammed the big hammer in his hand on the ground, and asked, not to mention my level 3 lower attributes than me, but I have one more level 15 general skill than you. If he dared to take action, he wouldn't mind giving this annoying guy a return ticket. You know, every time a job changer reaches level 5, he or she will be able to learn a general skill for his own profession, and one more skill for damage output. Even though he is a B-level talent, Leay is an A-level talent. Once a fight begins, even if both sides are at the same level, he who has one more skill will have the advantage. This is the key to the reason why job transferees will receive an improvement in strength every level 5. If someone else has one more skill than you, how do you play? Leay's face turned pale, and he could no longer utter any strong words. He retreated in shame, and his back was in a panic as he fled. You bully the weak and fear the strong. The little fat man Leay spit at his back, found another red-eyed wolf, and continued to hone his fighting skills. On the other side, Qin Yun was fighting monsters and leveling up deeper in the plain on the outskirts of the city, about 30 miles away. Originally, he was farming level 20 iron-armored demonic bears, slashing them one by one, and was having a great time farming them, but suddenly he found a wandering monster at elite level. In this world where games and reality merge, Warcraft is also divided into levels. From low to high, they are ordinary level, elite level, boss level and epic level. Generally, in the jungle, there are only ordinary level and elite level monsters, but elite level ones are rare. Warcraft above the boss level only exist in dungeons and secret realm, and will not appear in the wild area. Therefore, when he saw the elite level wandering wild monster, Qin Yun became excited and immediately ran towards it. It was a saber-toothed tiger with golden fur all over its body. It was bigger than the armored demon bear he just fought. The two sharp teeth protruding from its mouth were very sharp, and it looked very powerful and fierce. Its domineering appearance is completely different from the wild monsters of ordinary level. It looks like a firefly in the dark night, very conspicuous. Elite level. This is definitely an elite level monster. Kill it and you should be able to explode the equipment, right? Qin Yun was looking forward to this very much, and his eyes lit up. The saber-toothed tiger also noticed his uninvited guest, and immediately roared in a low voice, staring at him fiercely. Before Qin Yun could get closer, it suddenly rushed towards this side, very fast. Obviously, this elite-level wild monster has a very wide alert range and is very aggressive. Facing its attack, Qin Yun first calmly threw a detection scroll and immediately saw the attribute level of this elite-level wild monster, level 25. What the hell? Is the level so high? Qin Yun couldn't help being surprised and frowned slightly. If it were any other student, he could have stood there with his eyes closed and waited for death while singing a cool song. However, he was very confident in himself and faced the difficulties. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger roared, rushed over, and bit Qin Yun in one bite. Qin Yun's eyes flashed, he stepped forward, turned sideways suddenly, and unexpectedly burst out with astonishing speed, dangerously, avoiding its attack and bite. Then, the dagger in his hand swiped smoothly and landed on the saber-toothed tiger. Brush, blood spattered, and an astonishing damage appeared on the head of the saber-toothed tiger, 2,300. The saber-toothed tiger screamed in pain, and its health value was instantly reduced by a small amount, about 1/5. And this is just a normal attack from Qin Yun, just a level a test. Weaker than expected. Qin Yun was stunned for a moment and whispered to himself, "No, I underestimated my own harm. If it were someone else, the damage would probably be only 1/10 of his own, which is 2% of saber-toothed tiger's HP. If you encounter it in the wild area, you will definitely be in bad luck. Even a team of 5 people would probably be wiped out here. This level 25 saber-toothed tiger is not weak, and its attributes are quite high. I can't help it, I'm too strong." Qin Yun deeply realized the power of his SSS level awakening talent skill God-Killing Blade, which could completely kill elite level monsters. You know, he is only level 18 now, not even level 20. The level difference between this elite level wild monster saber-toothed tiger is level 7, but it is still able to knock out 20% of its health with one blow. Next, Qin Yun showed no mercy and used all his firepower. Level 1 General Skills Combos. Level 5 General Skills Fatal Deep Stab. Level 15 General Skill Tearing and Cutting. As for why the level 10 General Skill is not used, it is because it is the assassin's signature skill, Invisibility. Once used, his SSS level talent skill will be ineffective, and the output damage will be directly reduced by 10 times, so don't mention it. When Qin Yun finished throwing away all the skills, the saber-toothed tiger howled and fell to the ground dead. A dazzling blue light appeared next to its body. Is the equipment really exploding? Qin Yun blinked and was instantly pleasantly surprised. Seeing the dazzling blue light, Qin Yun immediately walked over, feeling excited. Even though he had never seen the real scene of exploding equipment, he had already studied it in school and knew what the appearance of this light represented. If I'm not mistaken, it means a piece of blue high-quality equipment. Sure enough, when Qin Yun picked it up, he immediately saw clearly the type and attributes of the equipment. Name: Ring of Tiger Teeth. Type: Jewelry. Grade: Excellent. Star rating: 2 stars. Level requirement: Level 20. Occupational requirements: None. Attribute effect: Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Intelligence plus 20, Critical hit plus 5%. Special effects: None. Obviously, this is a 2-star blue quality equipment, and it is also an accessory with a very low explosion rate. In this world where games and reality merge, the explosion rate of equipment is very low, which means that the output probability of dungeons and secret realm is slightly higher. Moreover, among all equipment, armor has the highest explosion rate, followed by weapons, and finally accessories. In addition, each job changer can wear 4 pieces of jewelry at the same time: 2 rings, a pendant, and a waist ornament. This keeps the price of jewelry high. Some accessories with good attributes are even more expensive than weapons of the same level. The ring that Qin Yun revealed this time is obviously a universal accessory that can increase the strength, agility and intelligence attributes of job changers by 20 points. This means that no matter you are a warrior, assassin, or a mage, you can wear it and get corresponding attribute bonuses. Not to mention, it also has the effect of increasing the chance of a critical hit by 5%, which is equivalent to an additional increase in output damage. It can be regarded as a general-purpose jewelry with wide practicality. Its attributes are pretty good, that is, the equipment level is a little low, only level 20, with 2 stars, which is not very precious. After all, it was only released by elite-level wild monsters at level 25, so it is pretty good. For most career changers, you can even use the second level 60, because the higher the high-level jewelry, the more expensive it is, almost doubling the price. Job changers with insufficient financial strength really cannot afford to replace them with better accessories. Qin Yun estimated that if he chose to sell it, it would be worth at least 60,000 yuan. This is the biggest income he has earned since he changed jobs and awakened. However, he didn't intend to do this. After all, this was the first piece of equipment he released in his professional career, and its attributes were pretty good. Of course, he would use it himself. Even if the level is high in the future and you don't like this attribute bonus, it still has commemorative significance if you keep it. Unfortunately, he is only level 18 now and cannot wear it yet. He can only store it in his space backpack and can only see it but not use it. You still have to work hard to upgrade. Qin Yun sighed, threw the ring into his backpack, and then collected all the other materials that the elite level saber-toothed tiger exploded. Some pieces of meat, fur, tiger bones, etc. should be worth some money. A few days ago, after the chubby Liu Haoran left the team, Qin Yun also seriously thought about whether to lower his level and not upgrade too quickly. But soon, he gave up this idea. Because he felt that it wasn't worth it, so why would he have to acquiesce to others? I obviously have the ability to level up quickly, so why should I slow down my pace of getting stronger just to form a team with others? What's more, with his SSS level talent's abnormal damage bonus, does he really need teammates? His output alone can equal 20. You know, his talent awakening skill can not only increase the damage by 1000%, but also double the attack speed. Judging from his 1.2 attack speed, that is an attack speed of 2.4, which is equivalent to 2.4 cuts per second. Normal attack. This is a very scary attack frequency. Moreover, his basic attacks can receive a 1000% damage bonus, and the output efficiency is very terrifying. In addition, he also has 50% damage reduction, which increases the damage resistance of his assassin profession and will not be as fragile as other assassin professions. Perhaps when encountering a monster with high blood volume and high damage, which cannot be killed in a short period of time, he will be at risk of being counter-killed, but it is not without his own strength. So, he seems to be able to live well alone. Well, it would be really good if you could find an auxiliary profession that can help you increase your status and recovery. If there is a tank class in front to attract the boss's hatred, he can also output more comfortably. There are indeed benefits, but they are not important enough for him to be willing to slow down his upgrade speed. Therefore, he has decided not to slow down his upgrade speed, but to try his best to kill monsters and upgrade to as many levels as he can. If you can't find a suitable teammate at Kyoto University, then stop looking. Or, go find the seniors who enrolled earlier. Although they entered the school 1 year earlier than him, with his upgrade speed, it wouldn't take much time to catch up with them. They even surpassed their level and formed a team with the juniors and seniors who enrolled earlier. Qin Yun believes that with his speed of spawning monsters, he can definitely do it. He does not need to find a fixed team and play Secret Realm in a dungeon with fixed teammates. He only needs to find suitable temporary teammates when he needs to form a team. Moreover, I heard that students in the university are very keen on forming guilds and attracting every potential freshman to join. This means that his idea is feasible. In a guild that is large enough, not everyone is of the same level. There must be highs and lows. When the time comes, he only needs to choose to join a guild and form a team with the right people. Thinking of this, Qin Yun was too lazy to go back and brush up the level 20 iron-armored demonic bear. Even the level 25 elite level saber-toothed tiger was instantly eliminated by his set of skills, and he felt that he could farm higher level wild monsters. Although the teachers recommend that students only farm level 1 to level 20 wild monsters within 30 miles of the city, they do not say that they cannot go to more dangerous places to farm higher level wild monsters. After thinking for a while, Qin Yun walked towards the edge of the plain, towards the dark dense forest. The monsters there are a bit too dangerous for the newly transferred students. But for him, it's just the right upgrade. A few days later, deep in the dark forest, the dagger in Qin Yun's hand, like a bolt of lightning, passed through the body of a thick python, instantly emptying its blood volume. What followed was a familiar golden light that lit up from his body. Phew, finally level 20. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and skillfully threw the various materials exploded by the jungle python into the space backpack. To be honest, the upgrading experience in Merc Forest these days has been a bit unsatisfactory. Because the air here is very hot and stuffy, making it difficult to breathe. The light was still very dim, and there were branches and weeds all around, so the visual range was greatly reduced. Moreover, the wild monsters here are also very cunning. They often hide in unexpected places and secretly launch sneak attacks on career changers, making them difficult to guard against. The most insidious thing is that many wild monsters here have poisonous attacks. Even Qin Yun was a little unaccustomed to it when he first entered the dark forest to fight monsters and upgrade. He was accidentally contaminated by the venom they spat, and gained a negative status of poisoning that kept losing blood. Fortunately, he was well prepared with supplies and brought an antidote with him, which immediately relieved the poisoning state. Otherwise, this poisoning state will not be lifted automatically, but the blood will be deducted until the person who changed jobs dies. Even if you keep drinking medicine to replenish your blood while running towards the main city, you may still be too late. Because the poisoned state loses blood very quickly, which is much faster than drinking red potion to increase blood. Without an antidote, sooner or later you will die. Unless you have a priest in your team who can remove negative status, or other auxiliary professions, it will be quite dangerous. No wonder the teachers at the school gave many instructions to the students to only upgrade in the plains on the outskirts of the city and not to go to dangerous places. There was a reason. Fortunately, Qin Yun quickly got used to all this and learned how to fight monsters and upgrade in the dark forest to maximize efficiency. No, in the last 3 days before the 1-month deadline, he successfully reached level 20. Among all the students in this year's class, they stand out. After reaching level 20, the first thing Qin Yun did was to equip the accessory, Ring of Tiger Teeth, in his space backpack. Looking at the equipment column on the professional attributes panel and the ring in the accessories space, he felt extremely satisfied. Well, attribute bonuses are secondary. The most gratifying thing is that I can finally wear the equipment that I finally broke out. This kind of satisfaction can only be understood by those who have experienced it. Qin Yun took a good look at it and was in a happy mood. Then he reluctantly closed the professional attributes panel and planned to leave for the main city. He has reached level 20. Even if he continues to stay here to farm monsters, he will not be able to gain experience points. Unless he can pass the test of a single-player job transfer copy and successfully cross the threshold of a job transfer. This is also the first important hurdle that every career changer will face. If you pass, you will have no worries and can continue to upgrade and improve yourself. If you fail to pass, you have to be careful. Once all 3 challenge opportunities are used up, you will stay at level 20 for the rest of your life, stuck by the 1-turn bottleneck and unable to make any progress. No matter what the outcome is, Qin Yun needs to return to the job transfer temple in the main city of Tianhai before he can challenge. As a hidden combat profession of SSS level talent, he is still very confident and does not believe that he will be stumped by a mere transfer. However, the biggest problem he faces now is that his equipment is too poor. The equipment on his body is still the original novice outfit, only level 1. Although as a level 1 novice set, this 3-star purple quality equipment has really good attributes, it is equivalent to level 20 whiteboard equipment and cannot be any more. For him now, it's not enough. It would be such an injustice if he failed to pass the single-player job transfer dungeon due to equipment problems. It was said that the single-player job transfer dungeon was very difficult, even harder than ordinary dungeons. He did not dare to be careless. Although he was sure that he could pass the level, Qin Yun still wanted to be more secure. After returning to the main city of Tianhai, he did not immediately go to the job transfer temple to challenge the single-player job transfer dungeon. Instead, he came to the commercial street to buy equipment that suited him. As for why you didn't go to the blacksmith shop owned by the little fat guy Leay? Come on, he is an assassin. The equipment can only wear cloth armor, and at most it can wear light leather armor. It can't wear heavy armor at all. It doesn't fit the profession, okay. It's really not that he doesn't want to take care of his good brother's blacksmith shop business. Soon, Qin Yun came to a tailor shop and started to buy equipment that suited him, preferably a level 20 suit. In addition to the probability of producing equipment in dungeons and secret realms, the biggest source of equipment is actually created by job changers from various life occupations using materials. Qin Yun looked at the dazzling product list and saw a lot of good equipment, even golden epic ones, with such good attributes that it makes people salivate. Unfortunately, they were too expensive and he couldn't afford them. Even if he still had more than 100,000 yuan awarded by the school in his account, it would only be enough to buy 2 or 3 purple quality parts, not a complete set. Not to mention, he still lacks one of the most important level 20 weapons. Oh, This is the first time I realize how poor I am. Qin Yun sighed, turned around and left without buying anything. He had no choice but to ask his parents for money, but he didn't want to do that and decided to solve it on his own. Seeing the price of the equipment, he was so poor that he almost wanted to sell the ring, but then he thought about it, wouldn't that be just tearing down one wall to pay for the other? That's why I didn't do it. Forget it, go play the dungeon and try your luck to see if you can get good equipment. After thinking about it, Qin Yun decided not to waste money on buying equipment, but wanted to work hard and try his luck. As it happened, there were still 3 days left, enough for him to clear the dungeon several times. Qin Yun did what he said, and immediately ran to the ticket office of the city lord's mansion in the main city of Tianhai, purchased the level 20 dungeon ticket, and then left through the south city gate. Yes, that's right, if you want to enter the dungeon, there are conditions. You can only enter with a ticket. The person who controls the dungeon is usually the highest person in charge of the local main city, that is, the city lord, who is qualified to sell tickets. All career changers need to purchase tickets before they can enter the dungeon. Fortunately, tickets for the level 20 copy are not expensive, or even very cheap, only 300 yuan per ticket. Even if you are unlucky and don't get any equipment by playing the dungeon, you can still earn back the ticket money just for the materials, so job changers are flocking to the dungeon and will go there every day. Just like punching in at work, follow the steps step by step, must check in every day, and never miss work. Job changers affectionately call the act of clearing dungeons as moving bricks to earn living expenses. In addition, the dungeon will have a limit on the number of times you can enter it. The higher the level of the dungeon, the fewer times you can enter it. You can even enter it once a month. However, for level 20 dungeons, the number limit is relatively loose and you can enter 3 times a day. The level 20 dungeon near the main city of Tianhai is located 50 miles outside the south city gate, in a strange place called a deserted hill. Qin Yun didn't spend much time on the road, he went straight to this place and arrived here quickly. Sure enough, the hills here are bare and desolate, living up to their name. However, it is very lively here and not deserted at all. Come and take a look, the newly released equipment and materials are on sale at bargain prices. Red and blue potions for sale. Antidote potions, strength potions, intelligence potions. Silver scale breastplate, 5,000 pieces, green quality, if you want to buy it, hurry up. One of the 4 is missing, let's get a reliable treatment. High output mage, please find a dungeon team that can reach the difficult level. I am a very tough and fleshy iron shield warrior. Is there any team that is short of a tank? Form 1. On this desolate hill, a large group of people gathered around the entrance to the dungeon, either setting up stalls to sell materials and equipment, or looking to form a team and find someone to clear the dungeon together, shouting one after another. And the entrance to the level 20 dungeon is like a door to another world built with the light of the morning star. It looks very mysterious, spinning like a whirlpool. It seems to have some kind of unique attraction that makes people want to walk in. Someone is selling equipment. Qin Yun's ears were very keen, and he caught a certain key word among the various shouts, and he immediately became interested. He ran to the stall and took a closer look. It turned out that the person was selling a level 20 whiteboard outfit. Its attributes were only a little better than the level 1 purple novice outfit he was wearing. The price was 15,000, so it was not worth buying at all. As for the guy who was shouting about selling green quality silver scale breastplate, it was actually only level 10 low-level equipment, and its attributes were not as good as his. No wonder it only sold for 5,000 yuan, so the price-performance ratio was very low. From the looks of it, they were probably made from materials based on the equipment blueprints by the life professions, and there were quite a few of them. Moreover, they are also heavily armored, which is not suitable for his assassin profession at all. In other words, some career changers who lack equipment and have financial difficulties may bite the bullet and buy them. Sure enough, it's impossible to pick up leaks cheaply. My luck is definitely not that good. Qin Yun even suspected that all his luck in his life was spent on the day of the job transfer ceremony. Otherwise, how could he have defeated so many wild monsters and only exploded 1 ring, and he was still an elite level wandering wild monster? Strange. I hope my luck in completing the dungeon will be better. Qin Yun shook his head, ignored these guys setting up stalls, and walked towards the portal of the level 20 copy. Just use the ticket in your backpack and walk in to enter the instance. This handsome young man, do you also want to play a copy? At this moment, a pleasant female voice called him, very loud. Qin Yun turned around and saw that it was a mature elder sister who came over with a smile. It seems that you are an assassin. It just so happens that our team lacks a damage output profession. Do you want to form a team together? Not far behind her, there were 3 other people looking here, dressed like career changers, and they looked quite professional. The friend we made an appointment with has something to do at home and can't come. Sister, I'm a little worried. She smiled slightly and winked at him, a little seductively. Well, I am indeed planning to make a copy. Qin Yun pondered for a moment, nodded and said, what level of difficulty are you going to fight? He observed the other party and found that the equipment on several of them was not very good. It should be scattered pieces of equipment that were used randomly, not a complete set, so the appearance looked a bit inconsistent, very subtle, and did not match well. But this is also a normal situation. If the financial strength is not enough, the average career changer really cannot assemble a complete set of equipment, and they use it in a haphazard manner. Be it whiteboard equipment, green equipment, or blue equipment, use whatever you have and replace it with better ones. However, the royal sister in front of me seems to have some strength, and the equipment on her body is much better, and it is not too weird. Her profession should be that of a priest. She holds a staff with a soft white glow in her hand, which makes people feel a warm atmosphere. She is very beautiful, with charming eyes. Those fiery red lips were so gorgeous that they seemed to burn people's hearts. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of big white rabbits that are about to come out. They are plump and plump. They tremble when they walk, and even the priest's robe can hardly hold them. What difficulty level are you playing? My sister's team can only play at the difficult level. After hearing Qin Yun's words, the mature lady suddenly showed a smile. Her expression was not surprised but happy. If it weren't for my own strength, I wouldn't be able to ask this kind of question. If Qin Yun only had the strength to fight normal difficulty dungeons, he would not ask them how many they could fight, but would admit that he could only fight normal ones, so there was no need to ask. Isn't there a mage with high output over there who is looking for a dungeon team that can clear the difficult level? Qin Yun showed a suspicious look, pointed in a certain direction, and frowned. He heard clearly just now and has a good memory. Aren't you lacking in output? Why don't you look for him? When you are outside the city, you must be on guard against others. The school teachers have carefully taught this to every student. After all, people are unpredictable. This woman has bad omens, don't be careless. Even if you have resurrection items and won't really be killed, dying is still a huge loss. Moreover, if you download a dungeon with someone you are not familiar with, there is a risk of your loot being stolen. Unless you are the captain, you can freely set the distribution method. Therefore, it is necessary to agree on the distribution plan in advance to avoid being cheated. You mean the noble master? Hearing his words, the mature lady didn't expect him to be so vigilant. She just pretended that he didn't know the situation. She curled her lips and said in a slightly disgusted tone, "Little handsome boy, are you new here? That master is in Desolate Mountain. Chu here is famous." She deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of certain words, which obviously meant something. Although his output is good, he is very greedy. Every time he places a dungeon with someone, he demands to take away more than half of the loot. The mature lady seems to know this very well and doesn't want to team up with that person at all. Well, Qin Yun didn't expect such a thing to happen, and expressed that he had gained a lot of experience. This is indeed my first time here. Am I so obvious? It took just a few words to be noticed. How can I pretend to be experienced? Waiting online, it's very urgent. Quote. Little handsome boy, what's your level? Hearing what he said, the mature lady's eyes became a little subtle, and she looked him up and down. I think your equipment is quite good. Judging from the appearance, it is obviously a complete set, and the quality is not low. Because she felt that Qin Yun had some strength, she took the initiative to say hello and tried to invite him to form a team. How could she have imagined that this was the level 1 purple quality novice suit awarded to him by the school? Although in terms of attributes, it is only slightly weaker than the level 20 whiteboard outfit. But after all, it's still level 1 equipment. Generally speaking, job changers will not use detection skills or detection scrolls on others casually. It is a malicious behavior and must be explained to others in advance. Moreover, the detection skill can only see the opponent's occupation and level. The specific panel attributes, skills, equipment, etc. cannot be viewed unless the opponent actively displays them. I just reached level 20. Qin Yun's eyes flickered, and he smiled and said, that's why I decided to come and see the level 20 copy. Quote. The mature lady was a little surprised and blinked her eyes, not sure whether she believed it or not. Oh, it's all in vain, forget it, Sister Chen, this little brat is probably just a newbie and doesn't understand anything, so don't add him in. The 3 people standing not far behind her also heard the conversation between the 2 parties. Someone suddenly sneered and sounded a little impatient. It doesn't matter if you can't beat the dungeon. At most, it will waste everyone's ticket. It doesn't matter if you quit. If he dies in the dungeon because you don't have enough money to treat him well, and you have to pay the 50,000 yuan for the resurrection badge, that would be too bad. The speaker is holding a shield and wearing a long sword at his waist. He is a sword and shield warrior, probably equivalent to the tank type of this team. He seemed to have always had some thoughts about the mature lady. When he saw her chatting non-stop with the handsome Qin Yun and speaking softly, he had long been jealous. At this time, he heard Qin Yun say that he had just been promoted to level 20, suddenly couldn't help but start shouting. Chang Gang, shut up. The mature lady turned back and glared at the man with a bad tone. You know, she is the captain of this team, and she has her own opinions on what kind of decisions she has to make. The sword and shield warrior named Chang Gang also understood this. Although he still had an angry expression on his face, he did not dare to speak anymore. As for the other 2 people, although they didn't say anything, they basically agreed with what Chang Gang said. They felt that it was a little too early for a little guy who had just reached level 20 to team up with them to play a difficult level dungeon. Ignore him. The mature lady turned around and looked at Qin Yun, returning to her gentle look before. Her face changed so quickly that he was stunned for a moment. Is that fierce woman just now really the gentle woman in front of me? Little handsome boy, are you really only level 20? She blinked and looked at Qin Yun deliberately with suspicion, as if she didn't quite believe what he just said. Yes, it's guaranteed to be genuine. Qin Yun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He wanted to see what choice the other party would make. Then, have you turned around? The mature lady was still a little unwilling to give up, and frowned again and asked. If you successfully pass a single-player job transfer dungeon, you will be able to gain an additional talent awakening skill. The level is just a few levels lower, but it is not too different. It is still barely playable. Not yet. Qin Yun shook his head honestly and said frankly, it's just because I'm not sure, that's why I thought of clearing the dungeon and using some equipment to enhance my strength. Forehead. The mature lady gave up completely. It turned out that this was really a newbie who was just starting out. Fortunately, she thought she was a master. Oh my god, I made a mistake. That's it, there's nothing we can do about it. Looking at Qin Yun's handsome face, which was full of youth and vitality of collagen under the sun, she really felt a little pity and sighed softly. The difficulty level dungeon is still a bit difficult to beat. Your output may be a little bit. Not enough. I'm sorry, handsome boy. As soon as he said this, he gave up inviting him to join the team. As a captain, she still has to be responsible for her teammates and won't really mess around. Well, it's okay. Qin Yun nodded, seemingly not surprised, let alone disappointed. Of course he wouldn't blame her for this, because at his level, if it weren't for the awakening skills like SSS level talent and bug, he himself wouldn't believe in his output. This is a judgment and decision that normal people would make. It is very reasonable and he can understand it. The reason why he confessed his level and did not hide it was that after joining the team, his level would definitely be seen by his teammates and he would not be able to hide it, but also because he never wanted to form a team with others from the beginning. Copy. You know, a single-player job transfer dungeon can only be challenged by one person, otherwise why would it be called a single player? In order to test his ability to play dungeons, he had long decided to try the waters by playing level 20 dungeons alone. As for what difficulty level? Well, I've decided, let's fight the hard level first. If it's too easy, then challenge the nightmare level. Qin Yun thought to himself, very confident in himself. You must know that the difficulty of the dungeon in this world is divided into 4 levels, from low to high, namely normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. However, the level 20 dungeon is the lowest level dungeon. It only has the first 3 difficulties, namely normal, difficult, and nightmare. There is no hell difficulty at all. Because it is a high-level dungeon with at least level 60 or above, it is a high difficulty challenge option. Therefore, Qin Yun plans to test the water by playing the difficult level first, and does not plan to play the normal difficulty level. Because the number of tickets and the number of tickets are limited, he can only play 3 times a day, so he only has 3 days. What's more, the higher the difficulty of the copy, the higher the probability of exploding equipment. Of course, brush as high as you can. If he hadn't been a little unsure about the attributes of nightmare-level monsters and was afraid of accidentally overturning, he would definitely have done the nightmare difficulty. Level 20 copy ticket, confirmed to use. Qin Yun walked to the entrance of the dungeon, looked at the swirling door of starry light, took out a ticket from his backpack, and clicked to confirm its use. Suddenly, the vortex composed of starlight gradually accelerated its rotation speed and lit up with a dazzling purple light. With a flash of light, he disappeared immediately. Why did he go in alone? Seeing this scene, the sword and shield warrior named Chang Gang, who had been paying attention here, rubbed his eyes in disbelief and couldn't help shouting. What? The mature lady, who was turning around to walk towards the 3 members of the team, changed her expression and hurriedly turned around, only to see the whirlpool of stars gradually dimming. Obviously, someone went in just now, and it was probably Qin Yun who was talking to her. Did he really go in alone? She turned to look at her teammates again, with surprise and questioning in her eyes. It's him, I saw it too. One of them nodded, affirming Chang Gang's statement, and added, moreover, he entered the difficult level. On normal difficulty, the entrance to the dungeon emits normal white light when entering. On hard difficulty, it will turn into a dazzling purple light. Nightmare difficulty is a terrifying red light. As for the hell difficulty, it will be a heart-stopping black mist. The difference is huge, and a job changer who is familiar with the dungeon can tell it apart at a glance, so this person is very sure that Qin Yun chose the hard difficulty. Why did he go in alone? Hearing her teammates' words, the mature sister couldn't help but exclaimed. She couldn't figure out why Qin Yun would do this. Could it be that his self-esteem was hit by her rejection and he wanted to go in and die? Bad mood, can't see it, don't want to live anymore. How can a difficult level dungeon be cleared by just 1 person? Isn't this just going in and dying in vain? A young assassin who just reached level 20. What a fuss. She almost regretted not inviting him into the team. Even if his damage output was a little bit off, it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be impossible if everyone played more carefully and slower. Why should he not survive? He is so handsome, what a pity. Maybe his family is rich and he is too lazy to walk back to the main city, so he just chooses to enter the dungeon and be killed by monsters and then resurrected. This way, it is faster and more convenient to return to the city. The last female teammate frowned, thought for a moment, and came up with such a reasonable explanation. No matter how much money you have, you can't waste it like this. The sword and shield warrior named Chang Gang widened his eyes. With his way of thinking, he couldn't understand such behavior at all. The 3 of them expressed their agreement with him through silence. It's hard to believe that that handsome guy can clear the difficult level 20 dungeon by himself, right? Wouldn't that be even more impossible? No matter what they thought, they couldn't figure it out, so they had no choice but to stop thinking about it for the time being and continue to wait near the entrance of the dungeon, looking for a suitable output profession. Until a few minutes later, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 21. As the light brightened and then dimmed, Qin Yun found himself in a strange place. It was somewhat similar to the barren hills he saw before entering the dungeon. What he saw was also a barren yellow land with almost no grass growing. He almost doubted whether he had arrived at a high lowest slope. The soil under his feet and the surrounding scenery were all earthy yellow. At this point, a copy prompt pops up. You have entered the level 20 dungeon, Ogre Lair. The difficulty level is hard. You can clear the level after killing the boss. Please be careful. Well, Qin Yun pondered for a moment and couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the desolate hills outside are caused by the energy of this copy escaping to the outside world? Otherwise, the main city of Tomorrow Sea is surrounded by lush grass and jungles, but suddenly there is a deserted land in the middle. It is really inconsistent. Are there similar situations outside the entrances to other dungeons? Or is this a feature of the fusion of games and reality? Qin Yun couldn't help but be curious and confused. But he didn't think much about it. After identifying the direction, he walked in a certain direction. Because it is a sentry tower, very conspicuous. Soon, Qin Yun approached the sentry tower and saw the enemies in this instance. They were several werewolf-like monsters, covered in fur and full of fangs. They stood upright and even held swords and shields in their hands. They were very difficult to mess with at first glance. Qin Yun threw a detection scroll at them and immediately saw their level attributes. Name: Werewolf Warrior. Level: 20. Life: 3850. Attack power: 460. Physical defense: 350. Magic defense: 300. Skills: bite, slash, howl. Qin Yun took a closer look and found that their attributes were generally a little higher than those of level 20 wild monsters in the wild area, about 30% more. He didn't know whether it was because they were dungeon monsters or because they were dungeon monsters. Extra bonus for dungeon difficulty level. However, it is foreseeable that they are definitely more difficult to deal with than monsters of the same level in the wild. Moreover, they are not alone, but several of them are moving together, like a small team, which will undoubtedly make it more difficult to deal with. Even the taunting skill probably won't be able to seduce them one by one. Once you get close, they will all be disturbed. Qin Yun even saw two werewolf archers clearly standing on top of the dilapidated sentry tower, staring ferociously at them. No wonder it takes 5 career changers to form a team before they can come in and play a dungeon. If you were alone, you would easily be swarmed by them and beaten to death. If you follow the thinking of an ordinary team, you should use the human shield to attract the hatred of those werewolf warriors. Then, the priest should pay attention to restoring the blood volume of the team, and focus on outputting the same werewolf warrior, so that they can reduce their numbers as soon as possible, and lighten the team's health pressure. Or, if the team has excellent long-range output, you can focus on the werewolf archers on the sentry tower, deal with them first, reduce the threat, and then deal with the werewolf warriors below the sentry tower. In order to cope with the attacks of these werewolf monsters, the ability of the human shield to withstand damage, the priest's health recovery ability, and the output efficiency of the output profession must have certain requirements. If there is a lack of ability in any aspect, it may cause the consequences of group destruction. Is this the difference between a dungeon and a jungle area? Qin Yun touched his chin, watching the changes in the werewolves' actions, and quickly made a decision. He took out his dagger, activated his stealth skill, and approached the sentry tower step by step. Invisibility. The assassin's signature skill makes himself invisible and cannot be discovered by the enemy. It lasts for 3 minutes. The invisibility effect is automatically removed after the attack and can only be used in non-combat conditions. Normally, Qin Yun would not use it. After all, it would invalidate his awakening talent skill, God-Killing Blade, but in order not to alarm those werewolf warriors, he would still activate this skill when necessary. Although the invisibility can only last for 3 minutes and is not unlimited, it is enough. Unless you want to use it in some special scenes or places, that's really a bit short. Without disturbing the werewolf warriors, Qin Yun arrived under the sentry tower very smoothly and brought the werewolf archers on the sentry tower into the range of his skill attack. Then, he activated another level 20 universal skill he had just mastered, Backstab. Backstab. Instantly move behind the enemy and attack the enemy's vital points, causing 250% physical damage to the enemy. In an instant, Qin Yun disappeared under the tower and appeared behind a certain werewolf archer on the sentry tower. The dagger in his hand pierced its lower back. A damage number floated from the head of the werewolf archer, 1120. The werewolf archer's health was only over 3,200 points, and he lost 1/3 of it all at once, and his health bar disappeared. Sure enough, without the 1000% damage bonus of the SSS level talent skill, my output damage suddenly became much more normal. Seeing this damage value, Qin Yun couldn't help but shook his head and muttered to himself with emotion. Although it is still amazing, it is far behind the violent output under the bonus of SSS level talent. You know, when fighting level 20 wild monsters in the jungle, he doesn't need to use any skills, he can easily kill them with a normal attack. Ouch! The werewolf archer who was attacked suddenly howled and screamed. As Qin Yun took the initiative to attack, the invisibility effect disappeared immediately. He was no longer invisible and was discovered by the werewolves. However, the werewolf warriors under the tower couldn't reach him at all, so they could only worry and circle around below. The other werewolf archer on the top of the tower immediately raised his bow and arrow and aimed it at Qin Yun. The werewolf archer who was stabbed in the back by him was also trying to turn around and fight back. Haha, are you surprised? Before it had time to take action, Qin Yun chuckled and waved the other dagger in his left hand like a white light. Aha! 4,560, a terrifying damage value, floated from the head of this werewolf archer. Its little blood volume was instantly wiped out, killing it instantly. Qin Yun had already expected this result, and without even looking at it, he attacked the other werewolf archer without stopping at all. White light flashed, and another astonishing damage value slowly floated up. The werewolf archer had just finished drawing his bow and arrows when he froze and fell to the ground dead. In the blink of an eye, the two werewolf archers were killed without any resistance. Sure enough, being invisible or something like that doesn't suit me. Qin Yun glanced at the werewolf archer who fell to the ground and shook his head. It's better to just be reckless. He grinned at the werewolf warriors under the sentry tower. The next second, he jumped down. Come on, let me have fun. Qin Yun stepped on the head of a certain werewolf warrior, causing hundreds of points of damage. You must know that this kind of non-skill and non-normal attack action generally does very low damage, basically only double-digit or even single-digit force damage, and will not be judged as an effective attack. But with the bonus of Qin Yun's SSS level talent awakening skill, it is still very impressive. It is not inferior to the ordinary attacks of ordinary job transfers, which is outrageous. Of course, he would not use this attack as his normal output method, it is just a combat technique. The werewolf warrior screamed in pain and almost fell to the ground without being trampled, but it was not someone to be trifled with and immediately struck back with a knife, slashing at Qin Yun's thigh. Qin Yun stepped hard, turned over and jumped up, easily dodging its counterattack. Then, he swung the dagger, leaving a blood mark on the back of the werewolf warrior, and landed easily. 4,360. A terrifying damage value floated over the head of this werewolf warrior. Its blood volume was instantly emptied, and it was thrown into the street on the spot. Seeing the death of their companions, the surrounding werewolf warriors were not frightened. Instead, they raised their heads and howled, and rushed over with their swords. Their eyes turned blood red, as if they had gained some kind of status gain, and their attacks became more ferocious. Facing their siege, Qin Yun seemed to be at ease. In the nearly month of upgrading and fighting monsters, especially those few days in the dark forest, he had already mastered proficient combat skills, so that he would not just stand there stupidly, resisting the damage of monsters. His current agility attribute is quite high. After all, he is a profession that mainly adds this attribute, so his law manifestation is very flexible. Qin Yun's feet were seen moving back and forth, left and right, sideways easily dodging the werewolf warrior's chops. He even used the dagger in his hand to launch a swift counterattack at the werewolf warrior, with white light like a blade. Aha! 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 In less than 10 seconds, the werewolf warriors who besieged Qin Yun fell to the ground one after another and could no longer show off their ferocity. The horrific injuries floating above their heads are simply eye-catching. Well, I've probably figured it out. Qin Yun very skillfully threw several materials exploded by the werewolf into the space backpack, and basically understood the attack method of the werewolf in this copy. Next, you can move forward. He turned his head and looked towards the direction of the copy. He thought so in his heart and did so. With the attributes of these werewolves, it is impossible to withstand his normal attacks. It is very easy to chop melons and vegetables in a fight. Qin Yun advanced all the way and swept away more than a dozen waves of werewolf monsters. They were unable to stop him at all, and they were overwhelming. Soon, he came to the deepest part of the dungeon, where the boss's lair was. A huge ogre appeared in front of him. What appeared in front of Qin Yun was a huge monster. Even if it was just lying down and sleeping soundly, it was still taller than his entire body, and its snoring was as loud as thunder, echoing continuously in the lowest cave nest. Is this the dungeon boss? Qin Yun couldn't help but smacked his lips and admitted that he was a little shocked. After all, one of this guy's fingers is thicker than his own waist. It's a giant, but I don't know how tall it will be when it stands. How to fight this? Do you want to give it a pedicure? With such subtle thoughts in mind, Qin Yun took the initiative to step into the opponent's alert range. Suddenly, the ogre's snoring stopped. It seemed to be aware of the enemy's invasion. It was immediately alarmed and climbed up, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. Standing in front of it, humans are as small as mice. It opened its eyes, looked in Qin Yun's direction doubtfully, and discovered his presence. Roar! It roared, seemingly irritated, and roared at Qin Yun with its bloody mouth. The fishy smell coming out of his mouth almost made him spit it out. All go, there will be biochemical attacks. Qin Yun immediately held his breath, feeling a little uncomfortable, and couldn't help but complain, did this guy really eat a lot of people? It really stinks. He glanced around, and sure enough he found many bones scattered on the ground, densely packed and piled up like a mountain. I don't know if they are human bones or werewolf bones, but they should be the leftovers eaten by the ogre. They exude a strange smell that is nauseating. Roar! The ogre would not explain the source of his food to him, so he picked up a huge mace and smashed it at him. Rather than saying it was a mace, it was more like a rough tree, very huge, with unknown spikes inlaid on it, and the shape was very ferocious. If it were hit by it, it would probably turn into a puddle of rotten meatloaf. Of course, this is in reality and will not be true due to the characteristics of game integration. Facing the ogre's attack, Qin Yun advanced instead of retreating and rushed forward, throwing away a detection scroll. This boss is not level 20, but level 23. He was a little surprised, dodging the mace swung by the ogre, and came to its feet. Moreover, its HP is actually as high as 23,000, which is higher than the level 25 elite level saber-toothed tiger. High blood, high attack, thick defense. There is even a violent explosive skill with remaining blood. Is this the attribute template of the copy boss? A boss-level monster. Compared with it, those werewolf warriors under it were simply weak. Qin Yun quickly scanned the various attributes of the boss obtained from the detection scroll, and had a general understanding in his mind. A dungeon boss with this kind of attribute is really not easy to deal with. No wonder the career changers have to form a team and treat it carefully, because if one is not careful, he will really be beaten to death by it. Arriving at its feet, Qin Yun stabbed the ogre's toes with a dagger without hesitation. A damage of more than 3,000 occurred, and the ogre's health was reduced by a small amount. It's okay, it's not difficult for me. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth raised slightly, not surprised by this. After all, his output damage is so abnormal. Ouch! The ogre was in pain, screamed wildly, raised his foot, and stepped on Qin Yun. Trample. Use its heavy giant feet to trample enemies, causing serious injuries to enemies within range, and reducing the enemy's movement speed and attack speed for a short time. This is a skill of the ogre boss, specifically targeting enemies that attack it in melee. After all, with its huge size and cumbersome and slow movements, it is most afraid of being approached by nimble enemies, just like humans encounter rats. If you are stepped on by its foot, the next step will definitely be a violent blow from the mace, which is difficult to dodge. Once it is hit, the consequences are probably like playing golf, and the whole person will fly out. Facing the huge soles of his feet that were as heavy as Mount Tai, Qin Yun's eyes were stern and he was very calm. He caught the moment when the sole of his foot was about to fall, instantly activated the backstab skill, moved behind the ogre, and successfully avoided the trample skill range. Moreover, a fierce thrust landed on the ogre's lower back and penetrated completely. Although for a huge ogre, his dagger is about the same size as a toothpick, short and shallow, and insignificant. But its skill damage is solid. 7,542. A terrifying damage value floated from its head. The ogre's blood volume has been reduced by almost half. This caused it great pain, anger. Its huge palm grabbed the lower back, trying to catch the cunning mouse behind it and crush it to death. But Qin Yun would never do what it wanted, so he immediately dodged and jumped onto its back. Level 15 General Skill Tearing and Cutting. Tearing and cutting. A sinister assassination technique, inserting 2 daggers into the enemy's body and stirring them back and forth, causing 220% physical damage. 6,626. Another astonishing damage value floated from the ogre's head. This boss's HP has almost bottomed out, with less than 30% left, so terrifying. This is the terrifying output that Qin Yun, who has used the assassin skill, has with the 1000% damage bonus of the SSS level Talent Awakening skill. Even the boss level boss, which is level 3 higher than him, can't withstand his damage at all. If other career changers saw it, they probably wouldn't believe their eyes. However, the ogre boss, whose health volume dropped below 30%, suddenly roared wildly, and a rich blood energy emerged from his body. That's right, it triggers the explosive skill of Residual Blood Rage, which increases the attack speed by 30%, the damage by 50%, and even the defense by 30%. If it were another team of career changers, they would have to be extra careful at this time and must treat it with caution. Because the attack movements of the ogre boss have sped up a lot and are no longer slow and cumbersome. The change in rhythm may make the human shield very uncomfortable, and the connection of skills that attract the hatred of the boss may be interrupted. This will bring certain risks to output professions and even auxiliary professions such as priests. Their small bodies cannot withstand the attack of the ogre boss. If they are targeted by it, they may be in trouble immediately. Once there is attrition, it will be more difficult for the team to defeat the boss, and the team is likely to be wiped out. But for Qin Yun, this possibility does not exist. The ogre boss in a violent state was still so slow and cumbersome to him that it was impossible to hit him. Even if it can hit, it doesn't have that time. After the last skill ended, Qin Yun did not hesitate and immediately activated the next skill. Level 5 General Skills Fatal Deep Stab. Level 1 General Skills Combos. Even though the ogre boss's defense increased by 30%, it still couldn't resist the damage from Qin Yun's next 2 skills. The 180% physical damage of the Fatal Deep Stab, plus the 150% physical damage of the combo, a full damage output of 330%, instantly emptied its remaining HP of less than 6,000 points. The ogre boss fell to the ground like a felled tree, unable to get up again. Qin Yun ignored it and immediately looked at what had exploded. With one glance, Qin Yun's mood sank. Because there is no light there, just some materials. This shows that after completing this difficult level dungeon, not a single piece of equipment was revealed. Oh, the explosion rate of equipment is really low. Although he had already had psychological expectations, Qin Yun was still a little disappointed, shook his head and sighed. He walked over, picked up these materials one by one, and threw them into the space backpack. This is... Qin Yun looked at the crystal core in his hand. Its bright purple name made him widen his eyes. Name: Ogre's Core. Type: Material. Grade: Rare. Introduction: The precious crystal core of the ogre is very rare. It contains mysterious energy and can be used to build equipment. It's actually a rare quality material. Qin Yun was surprised and happy, and couldn't help but smile. That's right, the materials released by Warcraft also have levels, which are similar to the levels of equipment, including ordinary, excellent, sophisticated, rare, epic, legendary, and divine level. Their names and colors are also the same, divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, and red, which are clear at a glance. The materials Qin Yun obtained from killing monsters and upgrading before were all low-level materials, all of ordinary white quality. This was the first time he encountered purple materials. Generally speaking, if you want to build a piece of equipment of the corresponding grade, you must consume the same material of the corresponding grade as the core. And this ogre crystal core can obviously be used as such a core to create a rare grade purple equipment. I don't know what type of equipment can be made with it, and whether it is suitable for my own use. Qin Yun is not a professional, so he really doesn't know about it. Is it the core material of the level 20 set? Well, after returning to the main city of Tianhai, you can check online and you should be able to find out. You can even check its copy explosion rate and the specific market price. However, a rare grade material must be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? Qin Yun thought of the prices of the level 20 purple equipment he saw in the store in the main city not long ago, and gave it a slight estimate in his mind. Anyway, this trip is definitely profitable, he thought happily, admiring it for a while before reluctantly taking it back into his space backpack. In addition to this purple quality crystal core, the other materials are also good, including 2 green quality, ogre's tough leather, and a green quality, ogre's tooth, as well as several pieces of ordinary quality, ogre's mace fragments. Overall, what was revealed this time is quite good. Qin Yun put them all away, feeling very good, and then chose to exit the copy. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of the entrance to the copy again. The difficult level dungeon is indeed relatively easy for me. It's not too difficult. Next, do you want to challenge the nightmare level? Looking at the starlight gate in front of him, Qin Yun touched his chin, eager to try. He still has 2 dungeon tickets in his bag, which is just enough to complete the number of dungeons today. The higher the difficulty, the higher the equipment explosion rate. Rather than materials, he wanted to get equipment that suited him more. Sister Chen, look, that guy is out. At this moment, someone not far away happened to spot Qin Yun's figure and couldn't help but exclaimed. What, he came out, not dead? Another pleasant female voice sounded next, seemingly very surprised. Qin Yun turned around and saw that it was indeed the mature lady named Sister Chen. She and several teammates were looking here with a somewhat surprised expression. However, he didn't intend to ignore them and took out a ticket directly from his backpack. It must be that after he entered, he found that he couldn't defeat the monsters in the dungeon, and he didn't want to waste the resurrection badge, so he took the initiative to quit the dungeon, right? The sword and shield warrior named Chang Gang frowned, seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but smile scornfully. Young people today are overconfident and think they can defeat anything. They even dare to enter the dungeon alone. Now you know how much you weigh, right? Qin Yun was so handsome and seemed to be favored by Sister Chen. Chang Gang was very jealous and disliked him no matter how he looked at him. Whenever he got the chance, he wanted to step on him and gain some sense of superiority. Just a pretty boy. You dare to go in and play a difficult level dungeon when you are only level 20. Go ahead and dream. You're lucky if you don't die inside. I thought you were some kind of rich person. You took the initiative to enter the dungeon and were killed by monsters. You wasted a resurrection badge to quickly return to the city. Unexpectedly, you finally exited the dungeon obediently. You must be frightened by the monster attributes of the difficult level dungeon, and you don't even dare to take action, right? After staying inside for a few minutes, I had to give in, and exit the copy. Chang Gang thought he had seen through the truth of the matter and looked at Qin Yun with disdain. Chang Gang, how can you talk like this? The mature lady turned back and glared at him, a little angry. She still has a good impression of Qin Yun. She feels that his temperament is very special. Although his current level is not high, he has the potential to become a master. How about I invite him to join the team and play difficult level dungeons with us? Give it a try. She looked at the other two, wanting to discuss it with them. After all, they have been waiting here for a while, but they still haven't found a suitable output profession to serve as a temporary teammate. Maybe Qin Yun can really do it. But the two of them were a little hesitant and did not speak. Seeing this, the mature lady could only sigh. Level 20 does not have a small assassin, and the output is indeed a bit poor. It may be okay to play the normal difficulty dungeon, but it is a bit unsightly to play the hard level dungeon, which will drag down the team. She could still guess what her teammates were thinking, so she didn't force herself any further. The mature lady shook her head and looked in the direction of Qin Yun, wanting to smile apologetically at him, but unexpectedly, she didn't see him at all. That guy went in again. Chang Gang's eyes widened, his expression a little unbelievable. Moreover, this time he entered, the nightmare level. The female teammate also looked surprised and her tone trembled slightly. Just now, she clearly saw the vortex of the starlight gate emitting a terrifying red light that represented the difficulty of nightmares. That is a level of difficulty that their team has not dared to challenge so far. What did you say? The mature lady was shocked. She looked at the whirlpool of stars that was gradually dimming in disbelief, her red lips slightly opened. You just exited the difficulty level dungeon and immediately entered the nightmare level. Could it be that could he have cleared the difficult level dungeon just now? The female teammate screamed in disbelief, her eyes widened, and she immediately thought of this possibility. How many minutes has it been? That is a difficult level copy. Moreover, he is only one person. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chang Gang yelled loudly, unwilling to believe that such a thing would happen. If Qin Yun really cleared the difficult level dungeon, what do those words he just said count? Are they a self-humiliating clown? No matter what a few people think, Qin Yunshu immediately entered the nightmare difficulty level after coming out of the difficult level copy. This is an undoubted fact. No matter how much you don't want to believe it, the light emanating from the Star Whirlpool Gate will not lie. The red light represents the nightmare difficulty. He really entered the nightmare difficulty dungeon. The mature lady's red lips were slightly open, and her tone was a little unbelievable. Didn't he quit midway just now, but finish the difficult level dungeon? He spent only a few minutes alone. This is too fast. Even for their team of 5, the previous record for the fastest clearance was over 40 minutes. How can one person clear a difficult level dungeon in just a few minutes? Did he kill him all the way? That ogre boss has more than 20,000 HP. Moreover, it will go berserk with remaining blood and enter the rampage stage, which is very difficult to deal with. The mature lady couldn't figure out how Qin Yun passed the level. She couldn't imagine. I see. Chang Gang slapped his thigh suddenly, trying to forgive his previous misjudgment. He is definitely not level 20. He was lying just now. If he really cleared the difficult level dungeon by himself, then he is at least a level 40 or above assassin. Or even a level 2. A little assassin with a level 20 level cleared a difficult level dungeon by himself without even a single turn. Haha, who would believe it? He is definitely pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, and is deliberately teasing us. The sword and shield warrior deduced confidently, seeming to have seen through Qin Yun's conspiracy. He didn't tell Sister Chen the truth just now. He must be more than level 20, so he didn't dare to team up with us for fear of being exposed by us. A high-level job changer deliberately came to our place to pretend to be a newbie, bah. He must have bad intentions. Chang Gang cursed and said, his analysis was very clear, and he thought he had clearly seen Qin Yun's true face. That guy definitely coveted Sister Chen's beauty and deliberately used this method to approach Sister Chen and attract her attention. Bah, pretty boy, how shameless. The fire of jealousy in his heart burned even more intensely. But he looks very young. The female teammate frowned and objected. I even doubt that he is a high school student. High school student? Haha, Xiaoqiu, you don't want to say that he is a new class transfer student this year and has just awakened, right? Chang Gang laughed loudly, shook his head and said, I heard that the main city of Tianhai has only awakened 3 S-level talent transfer students this year. It has only been less than a month. Even if he is an S-level talent, it is impossible for him to be promoted to level 20, right? Not to mention, you can also clear the difficult level dungeon alone. How is that possible? He was more willing to believe that Qin Yun was just a pretty boy with a tender face, so he looked young, but in fact he was already in his 20s and almost 30 years old, deliberately pretending to be young and cute in front of them. Humph, you have ulterior motives. Quote. The female teammate named Xiaoqiu pursed her lips and could not refute, because Chang Gang's speculation was obviously more reasonable. One person dares to challenge the nightmare level 20 dungeon. Is he really a second-level high-level job transfer? Apart from this explanation, she couldn't find a more reasonable reason. But the mature sister who was the captain did not believe Chang Gang's statement. Her intuition told her that Qin Yun might not have falsely reported his level, but really only had level 20, and he hadn't even turned 1 yet. Qin Yun's eyes and expressions when he talked to her didn't look like he was lying, and she was very confident about it. However, Qin Yun's strange behavior of just exiting the difficult level dungeon and then immediately running into the nightmare level dungeon really confused her and made her confused. Oh my god, did I make a mistake again? Is he really a master? However, she did not believe that Qin Yun was deliberately pretending to be a newbie and deceiving others. What was the point of that? In short, it's very strange and I can't understand it. What is the truth? In fact, you only need to use the detection scroll on Qin Yun once to know. However, That kind of behavior is malicious and will offend others, and you must first seek the consent of the other party. If you don't agree in advance and initiate detection on others without permission, you will only cause trouble. Even Cheng Gang, who was jealous of Qin Yun, would not do such an offensive thing unless he made up his mind to enmity with Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't know that his behavior would bring so much shock and speculation to the mature sister and her teammates. After entering the nightmare level dungeon, he began to concentrate on killing monsters and clearing the dungeon. He discovered that the werewolves in the nightmare level copy had become much stronger, and their attributes were much higher than those in the difficulty level. A rough estimate shows that at least the basic attributes of the difficult level have been improved by nearly 30%. This is a very substantial enhancement, because even he can't use normal attacks to kill these werewolf warriors instantly with one blow. Well, after one blow, they still have a few hundred points of blood left and need to be replenished a second time. But fortunately, his attack speed is very fast, and he still has 2 daggers, so it is not troublesome to make up for the second attack. It only takes more than 10 seconds to kill a wave of werewolf monsters, which is not too slow. If he expends his physical strength to use skills, he can kill them instantly and clear the werewolf warrior's blood volume with one move. Therefore, the fully strengthened werewolf did not cause much trouble to him and could still be easily solved. However, the biggest change to the nightmare level dungeon is the addition of elite level werewolves. There are 2 in total. They are in the 5th wave of werewolf monsters and the last wave, as the leaders of the werewolf team. Their appearance gave Qin Yun a big fright. Because their attributes are very high, they are about 50% stronger than ordinary werewolf warriors, and their blood volume is also higher. 7 or 8 ordinary level werewolves, plus an elite level boss, suddenly made the difficulty much more difficult. Even under the siege of many werewolves, he was unable to dodge and was accidentally stabbed twice. He was injured for the first time in the dungeon. You know, he is doing it alone, but there is no priest behind him to help restore his blood volume. But fortunately, he has 50% damage reduction of the SSS level talent awakening skill, and his attribute panel is also good. He resisted and only lost a quarter of his health, which was not too dangerous. I drank 2 bottles of red medicine and quickly replenished my blood volume. In the end, he successfully dealt with the 2 elite level werewolves and got some good materials from them, but unfortunately it was not the equipment he was looking for. Arriving at the dungeon boss's lair, he faced the huge ogre again. Its attributes have also been enhanced a lot, and it even has an additional skill. However, this does not change the result that it was easily chopped down by Qin Yun. It is slow and heavy, and even if the damage is high, it is difficult to touch the corner of Qin Yun's clothes. He is too flexible. After using 2 sets of skills, the ogre boss wailed and fell to the ground in anger. The dazzling light instantly caught Qin Yun's eyes. Equipment. That's the light that only appears when you explode equipment. Did I finally explode my equipment? Qin Yun's mood suddenly became extremely pleasant. As the ogre boss fell, 2 dazzling lights came into Qin Yun's eyes. That's right, 2 rays of light, 1 blue and 1 green. It was actually a double-yolked egg, and 2 pieces of equipment exploded at once. Are you so lucky? Qin Yun couldn't wait to run over, pick them up, and carefully check their properties. First of all, it is the blue high-quality equipment, which is a piece of leather armor. Name: Ogre's Leather Armor. Type: Armor. Grade: Excellent. Star rating: Samsung. Level requirement: Level 20. Wearing requirements: Agility 120 points or above. Attribute effect: Life plus 200. Physical defense plus 120. Magic defense plus 100. Constitution plus 30. Agility plus 50. Stamina plus 30. Resistance plus 5%. Special effects: None. The properties of this leather armor are much better than the novice clothes he is wearing now. After a simple comparison, the health value is 120 points more, the defense is 60 points more, and the most important agility attribute is 30 points more. Moreover, it also adds an additional 5% resistance effect, which can offset the chance of being hit by the enemy's control skills, which is very good. Qin Yun immediately put it on and looked at the increased attribute panel, feeling delighted. Then, continue to check the properties of the next trophy. Name: Lightweight leather boots. Type: Armor. Grade. Excellent. Star rating. 2 stars. Level requirement. 20. Wearing requirements. Agility above 100 points. Attribute effect. Life plus 120. Physical defense plus 80. Magic defense plus 60. Constitution plus 20. Agility plus 30. Stamina plus 20. Special effects. None. Well, this is still a piece of equipment suitable for him to wear. Compared with the newbie shoes I'm wearing now, the properties are a little better, but not much. Of course Qin Yun would not dislike it, and immediately replaced the original shoes. The attribute panel was once again increased, with 10 more points of agility, and a little more health and defense. Ha ha ha, big harvest. He laughed happily, and all the worries in his heart were swept away. I am indeed not a non-chief, I can still explode equipment. Although the value of these two pieces of equipment is not high, the combined value is estimated to be tens of thousands of dollars. But Qin Yun was in a very good mood. Because, after upgrading his monster fighting skills in the past month, he was finally able to vent his depressed mood without even being able to explode any of his whiteboard outfits. I, the destined European emperor, will not accept refutation. Qin Yun looked at the two new pieces of armor he had put on happily, feeling very happy. Although they replaced the original purple quality novice equipment, his current appearance looks a bit strange. It's like wearing a suit with big pants on the upper body, and rain boots on the feet. It is very inconsistent on the whole, full of flaws, and very mismatched. But so what? It would be nice if the property panel was improved. This is what every career changer will experience, as long as they are not from a very wealthy family and don't care about money. Who hasn't had a mess of equipment and looks? Only Qin Yun is talented. He was awarded a complete set of novice uniforms by the school from the very beginning. His appearance looks so unified and harmonious that even the mature ladies mistakenly thought he was a master. Otherwise, he would have been like other career changers, wearing whatever he wanted and looking weird and eye-catching. Qin Yun didn't care about such small things. When he gets lucky in the future and gets a complete set of equipment, his appearance will naturally become more beautiful. How can he care about so much now? Well, the nightmare difficulty dungeon is indeed much more difficult to beat. He mentally reviewed the experience of brushing up this time and compared it with the difficulty level last time, and couldn't help but nodded. Fortunately, my output damage is abnormal enough, so I can get through the level all the way and successfully pass it. Now that my attack power has increased a lot, I wonder if I can kill a nightmare level werewolf mob in one move. Well, it's worth a try. I still have a ticket, so I can refresh the copy today. Qin Yun was a little eager to try it and planned to do it again. Fortunately, he chose to give priority to equipment to enhance his own strength. If the difficulty of the single-player copy of the first round was higher than this, it would be a bit dangerous based on the attributes of his original novice suit. Generally speaking, career changers who do not have enough financial strength and cannot afford good equipment will have to wait for a long time before the threshold of the first career change. The purpose is to make as much money as possible, clear dungeons every day to get good equipment, and constantly enhance your own strength, so that you can be more confident in clearing a single-player dungeon. After all, there are only 3 chances, and it is a matter of a lifetime. Who dares to be careless? There are many career changers who spend a year and a half grinding, put on as good equipment as possible, and then run out to challenge. If you fail to make a successful turn because of poor equipment, that will be something that people will regret endlessly. Qin Yun silently calculated in his mind that he planned to clear the level 20 dungeon for 3 days first to see what equipment he could get. Then he would spend money to buy the missing equipment and try his best to get a set of level 20 equipment. Then, this year before the end of the assessment, clear the single-player copy. In this way, after entering Kyoto University, he can concentrate on upgrading and catch up with the level progress of his seniors as soon as possible. With his SSS level talent, he can try boldly without fear of failure and wasted attempts. Unless there is only one left, there is no need to be too cautious. If even his SSS level talent can't be cleared, then no one can pass it. Normally, a level 20 career changer with combat experience, as long as the equipment is not too bad and is passable, will have a chance to clear a single-player dungeon. Qin Yun was not too worried and was quite confident about it. Without hesitation, he chose to exit the dungeon and planned to clear the nightmare level dungeon again. Hey, he's out. Several people who had been waiting outside for more than 10 minutes immediately noticed Qin Yun's figure appearing at the entrance of the copy again, and they all exclaimed. But before they could come forward to talk, Qin Yun took out a ticket and disappeared again. Moreover, this time, Qin Yun entered the nightmare difficulty level. The red light emitted by the vortex of the Stargate is clearly visible at a glance. Ah, he went in again. The mature lady's beautiful legs that she had just opened stopped again, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Are you in such a hurry? Can't you take a break and say a few words to us? She originally planned to go up and test a few words to find out what level Qin Yun was, but unexpectedly, she was not left with any chance. It's only been about 15 minutes since he last entered the book, right? The female teammate named Xiaoqiu glanced at the time and couldn't help but said, did he clear the nightmare level dungeon in such a short time? This is impossible. Chang Gang's face was dark and unsightly. He must have quit midway. He didn't want to believe that that pretty boy was stronger than him and had the ability to clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. If Qin Yun is not a high-level job changer and only has level 20, then he must be playing tricks. After entering the dungeon, he stayed for a while and then exited, deliberately acting like this to show off. No, he must have passed the level. Another male teammate shook his head because he noticed Qin Yun's changes. Didn't you notice just now? His equipment has changed, and his clothes and shoes have been changed. Yes, I saw it too. The female teammate named Xiaoqiu nodded and said with certainty, if I read it correctly, his clothes are ogre leather armor, and only this copy will be exposed. Because she is an archer and wears leather armor, she knows very well what equipment will be used in this copy of Ogre Lair. That was also the armor she wanted to get, and she was very familiar with its appearance and characteristics. Well, Sword and Shield warrior Chang Gang was speechless and his expression became even more ugly. Because that means a fact that he doesn't want to admit. If Qin Yun used the ogre's leather armor to replace his original equipment, wouldn't it mean that the ogre's leather armor has better properties? And his original equipment wasn't actually high level. Then Qin Yun's level. Isn't all this completely contrary to his previous speculation? In other words, he really cleared the nightmare difficulty dungeon by himself and exploded the equipment. The mature lady sighed, feeling extremely complicated. One person cleared the nightmare difficulty dungeon in 15 minutes alone. What does this mean? This can only show that Qin Yun is definitely a master. Whether it is his high professional level or his excellent talent level, he is good at fighting. If he just has a relatively high professional level, then it's okay. It's not too surprising that he can clear the level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon. What if he really only has level 20 and hasn't turned around yet, but he can clear nightmare alone? How terrifying would his talent level be? I'm afraid you can't even do S level, right? Is it SS level? Or higher? The mature lady felt a little frightened and couldn't help but patted her big white rabbit, causing waves. The idea was so terrifying that she couldn't believe it. However, if Qin Yun's level is more than level 20, then why would he change his equipment? You shouldn't be deliberately throwing smoke bombs to mislead others, right? This can only mean that the equipment he originally wore was not as good as the level 20 ogre leather armor, and even the shoes were replaced with new ones. In other words, that handsome guy is really only level 20, and he really comes to play dungeons to get equipment. The words he just said to her didn't lie to her, he really hadn't changed her mind yet. Oh my god, did I really make a mistake this time and miss a thick and strong golden thigh? It's already so powerful even before the first revolution. How can it be done in the future? The mature lady couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness in her heart, and she felt regretful. If she had known it earlier, she would have ignored all objections and insisted on pulling him into the team to play the dungeon together. In that case, you can definitely be taken off by the handsome guy, easily brush up your books, and get various rewards. It's a pity that if the opportunity is missed, it is missed. She doesn't even know how to save it. Now, the little handsome guy has entered the dungeon for the third time, which means that he will soon finish playing the dungeon today. If she went over to apologize now and took the initiative to hug her thigh and ask for help, would the handsome guy forgive her? Will he be willing to take them to clear the nightmare level dungeon tomorrow? She really regretted it. In fact, not only this mature lady, but also her teammates felt regret at this time. If they had been more generous just now, didn't care so much about Chin Yun's output, and agreed to work with him to make money, maybe they could have established a friendship, and now he has taken off with him. Why did you refuse it then? The three of them wished they could go back to 20 minutes ago and slap themselves wildly. Why should they look down on others? It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. No matter how upset they are, they can't go back to the beginning. A great opportunity to meet a big boss was missed by them. Chin Yun didn't know what they were thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because he had no intention of forming a team with others from the beginning, he decided to play alone. Therefore, even if they agreed to the mature lady's invitation to join the team, he would not join because it was not necessary. After he entered the nightmare level dungeon again, he immediately ran under the sentry tower and took the initiative to attack a certain werewolf warrior. Because he wanted to test his idea and see if the current output damage could kill the nightmare difficulty mobs instantly with a normal attack. Aha! His dagger slashed across the werewolf's throat, bringing up a splash of blood. 5126. A terrifying damage value floated from the werewolf's head, just clearing its blood volume of up to 5,000, killing him instantly with one move. It even caused more than 100 points of damage. This made Chin Yun very satisfied, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Next, his figure moved flexibly between the surrounding werewolf warriors, causing a bloody storm. It's so awesome, Chin Yun laughed. Just by changing 2 pieces of equipment, his output damage increased by several hundred points again. He could easily crush the monsters in nightmare difficulty. Killing them was like killing a chicken, just a single draw. For him now, there is not much difference between the nightmare difficulty dungeon and the hard difficulty dungeon. There is no need to apply a second blow, and the risk is greatly reduced. Very nice. He easily eliminated several werewolf warriors below the sentry tower, then used a backstab to move to the top of the sentry tower and eliminated 2 werewolf archers. Chin Yun felt indescribably happy. Compared with last time, at least half the effort was saved. Chin Yun silently calculated the time and found that it was the same as playing the difficult level dungeon, 1 sword at a time. There was no difference and the time was the same. Ha ha ha, I wonder what will happen this time. He swept away the werewolves along the way with overwhelming force. Even the 2 elite level werewolf bosses did not bring any obstacles to him and were easily solved. Soon, he came to the front of the ogre boss. I'm sorry for disturbing your sweet dream. Seeing the ogre boss awakening from his sleep, Chin Yun chuckled, his eyes shining with a certain light, but, I still want to say, please hand over your equipment obediently. A few minutes later, after using 2 sets of skills, the furious and roaring ogre boss wailed again and fell to the ground. Ah, so stingy. Unfortunately, there was no light this time. Chin Yun looked at the materials in front of him and was speechless. This time, my luck was so bad. I only had 1 blue quality material, Ogre's Eyeball, which was not even as good as the difficulty level reward. Chin Yun threw the eyeball into the space backpack, feeling a little disappointed. He sighed helplessly and could only choose to exit the copy, planning to come back tomorrow. Sure enough, the equipment's explosion rate was very low. It was just his luck last time. Even the destined European emperor cannot be able to explode equipment every time, otherwise, other career changers will not have to live. In fact, this is normal. If the equipment explosion rate for grinding dungeons is too high, those who have changed careers would have long been unemployed. Who would go to them to build equipment? Therefore, it is not surprising that the material explosion rate of the copy is much higher than the equipment explosion rate of the finished product. Chin Yun calmed down and chose to exit the copy. However, as soon as he returned to the dungeon entrance, he saw the mature lady and several of her teammates approaching them. Hello, handsome boy. The mature lady walked over with a smile on her face, followed by her 3 teammates, and took the initiative to greet Chin Yun. Hello. Chin Yun turned to look at them with doubts in his eyes. He didn't know why these people who gave up inviting him to form a team came to talk to him again. We are freshmen at Tianhai University. No, we will be sophomores soon. The mature sister blinked and introduced herself. My name is Chen Tong, I am a priest. These are my teammates. They. Is there a problem? Qin Yun interrupted her directly and asked. He still remembered the disdainful attitude her 3 teammates had towards him not long ago. Although he didn't care, he didn't like it either and was too lazy to talk to them. Well, Chen Tong obviously saw his attitude, and his expression became a little embarrassed. After all, the 3 teammates' previous dislike of Qin Yun was too obvious, and she didn't know how to restore it. Excuse me, were you playing a nightmare difficulty dungeon just now? The female teammate named Xiaoqiu stepped forward and wanted to clear up the doubts in her heart. The leather armor you were wearing was just released in the dungeon, right? Did you really clear the dungeon by yourself? Qin Yun glanced at her, nodded, and said only one word. It's really true. Suddenly, several people were in disbelief. This guy who claims to be only level 20 and hasn't played a single level yet actually cleared the nightmare difficulty dungeon. How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The sword and shield warrior named Chang Gang shook his head violently, unwilling to believe that such a thing would happen. Didn't you say that you were only level 20? How can you clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon without even a single turn? I do not believe. Then how do you explain the ogre leather armor he is wearing? You can tell at a glance that it was just exploded. The female teammate named Xiaoqiu didn't want to believe it either, but the facts were right in front of her and she couldn't tolerate disbelief. Then he must be more than level 20. Chang Gang still insisted on his idea and turned to look at Qin Yun. You were deliberately lying to us before, right? You are definitely not level 20, but... Ah, yes, actually, I am already level 40. I just made a bet with others and accidentally lost all my equipment, so... Now I am back to play the low-level dungeon. Qin Yun spread his hands and said helplessly, if this explanation can make you feel better, then you can just think of it like this. After saying that, he turned around and left, too lazy to pay attention to these people anymore. He himself also knew very well that his output was so abnormal that no one would believe that a level 20 rookie who had never even made a single turn could be able to clear a level 20 dungeon of nightmare difficulty alone. I don't believe it. Therefore, he simply followed the other party's words and made up a random reason, regardless of whether the other party believed it or not. Looking at his leaving figure, the mature lady named Chen Tong hesitated to speak. Her eyes were obviously suspicious. The female teammate named Xiaoqiu was a little doubtful and had a confused expression. A certain male teammate standing next to her did the same thing, but he couldn't find a more reasonable explanation and looked confused. It is as expected, but Chang Gang, the sword and shield warrior, slapped his thigh and showed a real expression. Rather than believing that Qin Yun is a master, he is more willing to believe that he is a liar, deliberately pretending to be cute and deceiving them. Look, am I right? He is obviously a very high level, but he pretends to be a level 20 novice. He must have bad intentions. His tone became proud and he looked at Chen Tong, as if to remind her to pay attention. The 3 teammates looked at him like a fool and wanted to cover their faces to express that they didn't know him. Well, in the end, Chen Tong shook her head. She did not believe Qin Yun's reasons just now. Instead, she vaguely felt that what he told her at the beginning was true. But in any case, the other party obviously didn't have a good impression of her team, so that's why they had such an attitude. There was once an opportunity to meet a big boss in front of her, but she didn't cherish it, and she regretted it until she lost it. If she could do it all over again, she would just ask, "Boss, are you still missing a pendant on your thigh? Even if you just take them to clear dungeons a few times, that's fine." Ying ying ying. The boss who could clear the nightmare difficulty alone just missed them. It's a pity that if you miss it, you miss it. Qin Yun didn't care about such trivial matters. After returning to the main city of Tianhai, he immediately returned home and investigated specific information online. The first thing he searched for was the rare quality, Ogre's Crystal Core, wanting to know its function. Soon, the search results came out. It's actually the main material for making jewelry. Qin Yun was a little surprised and took out the crystal core from his space backpack. I'm making a lot of money now. It turns out that this ogre's crystal core is very precious and can be used to create a pendant. It is said to be the best piece of jewelry equipment for level 20 career changers, the ogre's bloodthirsty pendant. Its market price is as high as 150,000 to 200,000. It cannot be exploded directly from the copy, and can only be produced through life occupation crafting. And the crystal core of this ogre is its core main material. Qin Yun checked its dungeon explosion rate, and found that the probability was only 0.01%, which was very low. Most career changers had never seen what it looked like even after playing dungeons for a lifetime. Therefore, even if it is only used as the main material to create level 20 accessories, the price is not low. It can often be sold for about 100,000 yuan, and it is still priceless. You must know that a level 20 purple rare quality accessory may not be available even to level 62nd level career changers, but it is much more difficult to obtain than armor, and most of it depends on luck. If you're not lucky, if you don't have it, you don't have it, unless you spend a lot of money to buy it. However, career changers with insufficient financial strength generally cannot afford it. Even if they save enough money, they often choose to buy better weapons, because this is more cost-effective and will improve themselves more. Accessories are their last resort. Something that will be considered. Only rich job changers who don't care about money will spend a lot of money and install the best accessories. And the ogre's bloodthirsty pendant is obviously such a luxury item. This thing is actually worth 100,000 yuan. Looking at the crystal clear core in his hand, Qin Yun was a little unbelievable. He didn't expect that the items he discovered in the difficulty level dungeon were actually more valuable than the 2 pieces of equipment discovered in the nightmare difficulty level. Sell it. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. No, let's forget it. It is most appropriate to make it into an accessory equipment first, use it for a period of time, and then replace it and sell it when you get a better one later. Qin Yun's eyes flickered, and soon he made a decision. He looked at the various materials needed to make jewelry and found that there were still a few missing, but they could all be obtained from the dungeon of the ogre's lair, which made his idea even stronger. In the next 2 days, Qin Yun has been grinding level 20 dungeons. The difficulty is nightmare, and he has cleared all the dungeons limited to 3 times a day. He was very lucky, and he unexpectedly discovered another piece of blue high-quality equipment, and it was also a weapon. Unfortunately, it was a long sword and was not suitable for his assassin profession. However, he was not disappointed and went straight to the store to sell it, earning tens of thousands of dollars in tears. Moreover, he also gathered together several auxiliary materials needed to make jewelry. He even scraped together an extra piece of ogre armor material. That morning, after completing 3 copies as quickly as possible, he returned to the main city of Tianhai happily and came to a jewelry store. He found the owner of the shop, a skilled craftsman who could make jewelry. According to the boss's proud self-promotion, he is a great master of S-level talent, second to none in the main city of Tianhai. Qin Yun also checked the store certificate he presented and found that what he said was indeed true. The other party had been in the business for more than 10 years and had accumulated a good reputation and could be trusted. He took out the purple quality ogre crystal core and took out various materials, several in total. Oh, it's actually the ogre's crystal core. The boss recognized its origin at a glance and seemed very familiar with it. He raised his head and looked at Qin Yun. You are lucky. Are you planning to let me make the ogre's bloodthirsty pendant for you? Obviously, this was not the first time he had seen such a crystal nucleus and knew its purpose. That's right. Qin Yun nodded and asked, Boss, can you build it? No problem at all. The boss smiled confidently, raised his hand and held out 5 fingers. You have prepared the materials yourself. I only charge you 50,000 yuan to build it. I, the skilled craftsman great master, will personally do it and complete it within an hour. 50,000 yuan. Hearing the price, Qin Yun couldn't help being surprised. It's actually so expensive. He didn't expect that the cost of just making a piece of jewelry would be so much, which was a bit beyond his expectation. No wonder a finished ogre's bloodthirsty pendant can be sold for 150,000 to 200,000 yuan. It turns out there is such a manufacturing cost. Not expensive anymore. The boss shook his head and said seriously, this is the market price, no kidding. Even if you can find a lower price, it must be a rookie craftsman. He shook his finger and smiled confidently. If I, the S-level craftsman grade master, made it myself, the price would be exactly this. Because my skill proficiency is high enough, I have a higher probability of creating a higher number of stars. The boss slapped the table. Do you want to waste the precious materials that you finally collected and get a 1-star jewelry in the end? Think about it, it's worth the money. Ah, indeed. Qin Yun had to admit that what the boss said made sense. It makes perfect sense that specializing in life occupations with high skill proficiency can indeed produce better quality items. Just like the grandfather of the little fat man Leay, as an S-level blacksmith, the quality of the equipment he creates is often better than that of his A-level fat dad. Let's do this. If the number of stars is less than 2, then I will only charge you 30,000 yuan. How about that? The boss touched his chin and suggested with a smile. This is a gamble on the reputation of my S-level craftsman, the great master. He seemed to be very confident in his skill level. Seeing Qin Yun's hesitation, he took the initiative to speak. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Qin Yun thought for a while and felt that it was not a loss, so he agreed directly. He handed all the materials to the boss and watched him start to build it, feeling excited. And the boss lived up to his expectations, and spent about 40 minutes to successfully create the jewelry. Look, Samsung jewelry, purple is rare. The boss handed the freshly baked, ogre's bloodthirsty pendant, to Qin Yun's hands and laughed. It is made by me, the S-level craftsman great master, and the quality is guaranteed. You should believe it now, right? Quote. You know, generally speaking, it is normal to build a 2-star one, with a 50% probability. Only a great master level craftsman like him with a high talent level and skilled specialization has a higher probability of building a 3-star or 3-star craftsman. The above treasures. This time he successfully created Samsung accessories, and Qin Yun undoubtedly made a lot of money. Boss is awesome, boss 666. Qin Yun gave the boss a thumbs up and a thumbs up. Then, he began to look at this valuable jewelry carefully. Name, Ogre's Bloodthirsty Pendant. Type, jewelry. Grade, rare. Star rating, Samsung. Level requirement, level 20. Occupational requirements, none. Attribute effect, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, agility plus 50, stamina plus 50, intelligence plus 50. Special effect, bloodthirsty. 10% of the damage caused to the enemy will be converted into a healing effect on oneself, which can restore blood volume. Seeing this luxurious attribute bonus, Qin Yun can only say that it is indeed the best jewelry and equipment at level 20, and it actually adds 50 points to all attributes. It even has a 10% blood-sucking treatment special effect. Perhaps for others, this blood-sucking treatment effect is not very great, far less than a mouthful of milk from the priest profession. But for Qin Yun himself, this special effect can be described as a heaven-defying magic. With his abnormal damage output, this is simply a crazy recovery of blood, which can't be stopped at all. There is such an accessory, which is more powerful than teaming up with a priest with big breasts. Therefore, as soon as he saw this ogre's bloodthirsty pendant, Qin Yun knew that he was about to take off. How's it going? It seems you're satisfied. The boss was not surprised when he saw his surprised expression, with a confident smile on his lips. Well, very satisfied. Qin Yun did not hesitate to equip himself with the jewelry pendant, nodded and admitted, the boss's craftsmanship is indeed the best in the main city of Tianhai. Ha ha ha. The boss laughed loudly. Even if you praise me so much, the cost of 50,000 yuan will not be less. Well, Qin Yun smiled helplessly and paid all the money immediately. He didn't want to default on the bill. Boss, why do you always bring this up? Can we still be friends? So, do you want to pick up some accessories in my store? The boss smiled and accepted the money, then raised his eyebrows at him. I guarantee they are all good things. It was rare to find a rich customer who could afford low-grade jewelry, so he enthusiastically took the initiative to sell it. No, poor. Qin Yun sighed, not hiding that his wallet was empty. I still have to buy weapons and armor. He said goodbye to the enthusiastic boss, turned around and left the jewelry store. Soon, Qin Yun came to the blacksmith shop of the little fat man Leay's house. Under the warm hospitality of the fat father, he spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a blue high-quality 3-star dagger weapon, and then ran to the nearby shop. The tailor shop used materials to create a blue high-quality armor, but unfortunately it only had 2 stars. That's right, those are a pair of ogre's leather pants in the trousers area, which matched the previous ogre's leather armor to prevent the appearance from looking too weird and inconsistent. In addition, he also spent tens of thousands of dollars to purchase armor for the head and gloves, both of which were blue and of high quality, with pretty good attributes. At this point, he had finally collected most of the level 20 equipment, except for a waistband and a ring. Almost all the hundreds of thousands of dollars in his account were spent, leaving only the last tens of thousands of dollars, which he couldn't afford to buy any accessories at all. But compared with the level 1 novice suit at the beginning, Qin-Yun's personal attribute panel has been improved a lot now. This is all the enhancement brought by the equipment and the result of Krypton Gold. He is now confident and plans to challenge the single-player job transfer dungeon. Today is the last day of the month. The rest of the students are still working hard to defeat monsters and upgrade. Qin-Yun has reached level 20 and is in front of the threshold of the first round. After 3 days of grinding dungeons to get equipment and using Krypton Gold to become stronger, he finally gathered a set of decent level 20 equipment and planned to challenge the single-player job transfer dungeon. That afternoon, Qin-Yun, who was fully prepared, arrived at the Temple of Job Changers in the main city of Tianhai. Hello, are you here to change jobs? The Temple of Job Transferees is not very lively. It is similar to the library in Qin-Yun's previous life. It is very quiet inside and there are managers who are responsible for it. They are staff members hired by the city lord's palace. The number of people is not large, but it is enough to maintain the daily operation of the job transfer temple. Because career changers will only come to challenge when they face the threshold of career change. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of career changers in the entire main city's population, there will not be many people who come here every day. Yes. Facing the inquiry from the young lady at the front desk, Qin-Yun nodded. What is your occupation type? The lady at the front desk had a professional smile and a very friendly attitude. Assassin, my profession is assassin. Qin-Yun told his career type. He knew that because the process of changing jobs was different for each career type, there was such an inquiry. Okay, then please go to the 4th floor, room 404. The young lady at the front desk operated the computer, gave Qin-Yun another card, and said to him, that room happens to be free now, you can use it. Okay, thanks. Qin-Yun put away the card and went straight to the 4th floor, and soon found the room number 404 she mentioned. He opened the door with a card and saw the basic process flowchart for job transfer on the wall in the room. Although he had searched online in advance, he even knew about the possible encounters of many first-level single-player dungeons that were also assassins. Situation, but he still looked at it carefully. Then, would you like to put your hands on this sacred stone first? Qin-Yun walked to the middle of the room and placed his hands on the exquisite, huge spherical holy stone that exuded a strange light, pressing his palms on it. Suddenly, the sacred stone lit up with a dazzling light. Qin-Yun's personal career attribute panel also popped up relevant prompts. You have reached level 20 and can challenge the single-player job transfer dungeon. Do you want to challenge it? Please confirm. Yes, no. Single quote. Yes, confirmed. Single quote. Qin-Yun took a deep breath, started operating on the personal professional attributes panel, and pressed the confirm button. Suddenly, his whole body was enveloped by the dazzling light erupting from the holy stone, completely submerged, and finally disappeared. You have entered the single-player job transfer instance. The mission goal is to kill Earl Jack hiding in the Dark Castle to complete the job transfer challenge mission. Single quote. Similar to the teleportation experience of entering a copy, Qin-Yun found himself in a strange place. It was late at night, the crescent moon hung high, and what appeared in front of him was a deep castle. And he was standing somewhere in the courtyard outside the castle, under the shadow of a big tree. It's actually this job transfer mission to kill the Earl of the Dark Castle. In the intelligence collected by Qin-Yun, there are many single-player copies of the assassin profession, including the one he encountered now, killing Earl Jack hiding in the Dark Castle. Well, among all the one-turn single-player job transfer dungeons, the difficulty of this challenging task is quite high, and it is not easy. The main difficulty is that the mobs in the dungeon are very strong. Once encountered head-on, they are basically impossible to defeat by one person. They can only sneak into the castle through sneaking and seize the opportunity to avoid the patrols of the guards. Slowly approach Count Jack's location and assassinate him. But the location of Earl Jack is not fixed, but will randomly appear in a room deep in the castle, one of the 4 rooms, with a 1/4 chance. Moreover, Earl Jack was accompanied by several bodyguards. Although they were not very close, there were not many opportunities for the assassins to take action. Once discovered by the bodyguards and the siege begins, it is basically impossible to escape death. Moreover, Earl Jack himself is also very alert. When approaching him, you must be careful and not make any noise. Otherwise, he will resist. Although his combat power is not very strong, it cannot be solved in a short time. The goal. Therefore, this is an assassination-style mission that must not alert the castle guards or alert the target in advance. Assassination. What a coincidence. Qin Yun touched his chin, looked at the castle not far away, and squinted his eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, it's been detected that the host has started to challenge for a new job, embarking on the road of career change. The main mission has been triggered. Main mission. Destroy all enemies in the single-player job transfer dungeon to obtain mysterious rewards. Single quote. The sudden electronically synthesized sound startled Qin Yun. With great difficulty, when he finally figured out that it was a prompt sound from a certain system, he couldn't help but be speechless. This broken system has been silent since the day he awakened and changed jobs. He thought that was it. Unexpectedly, on the day he challenged the solo job transfer dungeon, it suddenly came to life again. He came out like this. I was almost scared to death by it. But, the main quest. He actually asked himself to kill all the enemies in the single-player job transfer dungeon. In other words, the guards of the entire castle. Tisk, that's interesting. This is obviously asking him to go on a killing spree and go all the way in recklessly. Is this broken system specifically designed to train berserkers? Unparalleled assassin. Moreover, the mission rewards are not clearly stated, mysterious rewards. What the hell is this? Qin Yun touched his chin and felt a little sore, but he thought he might give it a try. Anyway, he still has 2 chances. Even if this opportunity is wasted, it won't be a pity, so let's give it a try. The mysterious reward of the strongest assassin system should be very good, right? Well, let's see what the properties of the castle guards are like first. Qin Yun nodded, activated his invisibility skill, and walked towards the gate of the castle. Seeing the 2 fully armored guards standing guard at the gate of the castle, he narrowed his eyes and threw a detection scroll at them. The opponent's attributes suddenly appeared in front of you. Name, Castle Guard Soldier. Level, 20. Life, 5000. Attack power, 520. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 400. Qin Yun almost took a breath of air. This horse has higher attributes than the werewolf in the nightmare difficulty dungeon. No wonder those fellow assassins who have changed jobs can't even compete in a duel. It would be difficult for a level 20 little assassin to kill the guards one-on-one, let alone being beaten by them. That level of difficulty is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. And just when Qin Yun used the detection scroll to check their attributes, the 2 castle guards standing guard seemed to have noticed something strange and immediately looked at his position. Even though Qin Yun knew that he was in an invisible state, he couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this too alarming? Could it be that these castle guards could still see through his invisibility? Qin Yun stood motionless, not daring to take a breath. Fortunately, the 2 castle guards standing guard at the door only looked at his location for a while, and did not seem to notice his presence. They quickly moved away and returned to their original appearance. Sure enough, the vigilance of these castle guards is very high. After all, this is a sneak assassination-style challenging mission. A hint of understanding flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, and he thought to himself, if these castle guards are all deaf and blind, and can easily escape with a stealth skill, then this single-player job transfer dungeon is too simple and cannot be counted as a challenge. If I guess correctly, these castle guards should have a certain alert range, which depends on the distance. If they are too close, even if they activate the stealth skill, they may be aware of it. Qin Yun deliberately stood there for a minute, carefully observing the behavior of the 2 castle guards, and sure enough he found that they were not completely motionless. Their eyes were moving back and forth, paying attention to all the movements outside the castle gate. If you don't observe carefully, you really won't be able to spot them. You will just think that they have been standing still, like two silly statues. Then, let's test it out first. Seeing that more than a minute had passed and only half of the duration of the invisibility skill was left, Qin Yun finally made a decision. He stepped lightly and gradually approached a certain castle guard from a certain direction from the side. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Just when Qin Yun walked only 5 meters away from the castle guard, suddenly, the castle guard suddenly turned his head and stared in his direction. Discovered. Qin Yun was shocked, but did not panic, as the limit distance 5 meters. Once you get too close, you will be noticed even if you are invisible. He stepped forward suddenly. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards the castle guard in an instant. The opponent just raised the spear in his hand, as if to attack him, when Qin Yun stabbed the opponent twice in succession with the dagger in his hands. 833. 8214. An astonishing damage value appeared from the head of the castle guard. Qin Yun changed into level 20 equipment, and the damage was so terrifying. Compared with when he first started playing the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, the output has almost doubled again, which is a huge improvement. With just one normal attack, he instantly killed the castle guard and emptied his health. Enemy. This change immediately alerted another castle guard. His eyes widened suddenly and he was about to shout, "Backstab." But Qin Yun immediately activated his level 20 general skill, Backstab. The figure instantly appeared behind the opponent, and the dagger pierced the vital part of the castle guard. A damage of up to 20,000 yuan appeared and floated from the head of the castle guard soldier. He fell to the ground and died before he could even scream. Qin Yun used the skill, and the damage was so outrageous that the castle guards couldn't handle it. In less than a second, the two castle guards standing guard were all eliminated without making a sound. Very good, the damage is completely enough. Qin Yun flicked the dagger, and a few drops of blood dripped, which was a preliminary test of the damage he had done to the castle guards. It could be said that it was completely overflowing. In other words, he can perform the main tasks of the system without being too cautious. Sure enough, being invisible or something like that doesn't suit me. Qin Yun, who automatically released his invisibility status because he entered the battle, shook his head and sighed softly. If he wasn't in the invisible state, he wouldn't have needed a second blow just now. He could have eliminated the castle guard with one strike. Then, let's start sneaking in openly. Qin Yun pushed open the door of the castle and strode in. The assassination mission has officially begun. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. As soon as he entered the castle, two spears were stabbed from both sides with great force. It turns out that there are two castle guards standing behind the castle gate. This single-player job transfer dungeon is indeed insidious. If the job changer relaxes his vigilance, kills the castle guards outside, and enters the castle directly, he will probably have to use GG. He will open the door to kill and be caught off guard. Of course, ordinary career changers would not be able to kill the castle guards outside, so they would probably choose to take a detour and sneak into the castle through other entrances, such as windows. But Qin Yun is not an ordinary assassin, he is an upright assassin. Therefore, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he took action quickly and dealt with the two old men hiding behind the gate with great ease. A simple normal attack allowed them to get their lunch box. However, the two castle guards still sounded the alarm and alerted the nearby guards. Immediately, the footsteps of the castle guards were heard from all over the castle, rushing towards here. The pace was getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer, which was enough to make people's hearts beat. It was discovered. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows. Logically speaking, if he didn't want to be discovered, he should immediately turn around and exit the castle, avoid this wave of searches, and then look for opportunities to sneak in for assassination. Because generally speaking, once discovered by the castle guards, they will basically end up being beaten. It is impossible for the job changer to defeat them, and the mission will definitely fail. But why is this guy Qin Yun's main mission to kill all the enemies in the castle? He wished that there would be as many castle guards as possible, saving him the trouble of searching everywhere. Come on together. The moonlight shone in from outside the castle gate and fell on Qin Yun's back, reflecting a figure bathed in the moonlight. He opened his arms and held two daggers. He was so arrogant and wanton. Facing a group of castle guards who rushed over, he smiled instead, his eyes becoming more dangerous. As the soldiers guarding the safety of the castle, they were not afraid of him. Of course, they held spears in their hands and rushed towards the intruder without stopping. However, the intruder's movement was as fast and mysterious as a ghost. He shuttles back and forth among the castle guards like a butterfly in a flower. Every time he stops briefly, he will take away the life of a castle guard. He will kill with one strike. In just 10 seconds, the small team of castle guards were completely wiped out and fell to the ground without any movement. Sure enough, sneaking in openly is the correct way to open it. Qin Yun chuckled and walked towards the depths of the castle. As long as no one discovers it, it is an assassination. Who dares to say it is not? The laughter of the invaders echoed in the corridors of the castle and gradually spread. This dark castle welcomes a different assassin tonight. It's going to be a night of terror. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.